Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Birmingham City Commission here in the Municipal Building at 151 Martin on June 23rd, 2025. If you'll please join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Teresa.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Here.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Here.
Commissioner Haig.
Here.
Commissioner Host.
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Here.
Commissioner Katie Schaefer.
Here. Thank you. We now move to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, confirmations, administration of oath, introduction and guests and announcements. We have no announcements this evening, so we are going to move to appointments. We have several this evening. Our first one is to the Ethics Board. We have both a regular member position open and an alternate member position open. Mr. Jim Robb, who's one of the original members of the Ethics Board since 2003 and who served 8 terms, and who helped establish the rules, procedures, and processes of the Ethics Board, decided not to reapply. So we thank him for his service and thank him for everything he did to steward and shepherd the Ethics Board for more than 20 years. So our first and only candidate this evening is Mr. Eric Nygren. If you'd like to come to the microphone, introduce yourself and tell us why you are interested in applying and why you think you'd be suitable.
Hello everyone, my name is Eric Nygren, and I don't know if I knew who I was replacing, I would have volunteered. Sounds like a big shoes to fill, but I've been a Birmingham resident for almost 3 years now. I moved here from Virginia. My full-time job is as a federal law enforcement officer. So I'm a federal employee, moved here for a different assignment, settled into Birmingham. I have 3 kids in the school system here, and we very much have enjoyed living here. I'm a Master of Public Administration, essentially an MBA for the government. With that obviously comes some ethical considerations of how to apply policy procedures, as well as my job very much also impacts interpreting how to ethically, morally, and to the best of your ability apply policies and procedures and the law. So for those reasons, I feel like I come with a background in government and an experience that would fit the board well, and I'm glad to answer any additional questions that you would have.
Have you watched any of the Ethics Board meetings or reviewed any of the case law that they've established?
I've reviewed some of the written ones.
Opinions,
I haven't watched
yep.
any of the videos.
Okay. Any Commissioner Host?
Eric, it's just amazing that you're from Alexandria. You know, that was our sister city back in the 90s and maybe the 80s. I wish it was still our sister city. But would you say in your 35 months here that we're similar to Alexandria?
I would. There's definitely a more historical feel, trying to capture some of the history of the city. King Street in Alexandria kind of reminds me a little bit of Maple. The development of that, the various commissions to make sure that there's a balance of history, culture, and economy thriving there. So there's a lot of parallels, I think, to Alexandria, where I was a government employee, and Birmingham, and as well as Naperville, where I grew up in Illinois. Also, I just made that comparison to someone else trying to fill a position, and I recommended that they hire Naperville people because it has a lot of parallels as well. So I feel like the places that I've lived are very similar to Birmingham.
Other questions? Commissioner Ballard.
More for discussion and maybe the city and also the applicant. So for many years, the board had 2 attorneys, correct, and a social worker. And if you read the opinions, they're lawyerly, very lawyerly. And so I do think that right now we have Michael Coakley, who is a former retired attorney, correct?
Correct.
Melissa Leduc.
Yes.
Ledoux, and I don't recall, but I assume by her email address, melissa@demolaw.com, that she's an attorney?
Yes.
And does anyone know if Irene Hathaway is an
She is.
attorney?
She sure is.
Yes, okay. Are we expecting a non-attorney to write opinions? This board differs from many other boards in that the staff member, which is you, assigned to the board, does a lot less work than staff members assigned to other boards. Is that safe to say? In other words, you don't have a planning division backing up a planning board.
Correct,
But
correct.
Here, this board decides the cases, discusses the cases, hears the cases, writes the opinions. They don't rely, you don't ever write an opinion, right?
Never know. My role is to assure that they follow the process according to the ordinance.
Okay. So this is what you're getting into. I'm not opposed to your application, but I think we need to understand what we're doing, what we have here, and as we move forward, if someone leaves and I think it's very important that we do have, if we want the ethics board to function as it has functioned, and believe me, I've been brought in front of them 2 or 3 times already. So, and they function with a level of professionalism that I think we all admire. And so I think you would contribute to that, and positively, and I support your application. But I thought that those comments were worth making.
Commissioner Long.
Along those lines, and first of all, thank you for volunteering. Always appreciate residents coming forward and volunteering. So Irene Hathaway is currently an alternate member.
Right.
So the question is, do we know, her term lasts till 2026, do we want to maybe put this gentleman as the alternative member and see what Ms. Hathaway's preference is? That gives this gentleman a chance to be on the board and see how it functions and learn as an alternative member before he's thrown in as a full member.
Would
she have had that
applied?
opportunity? Yeah.
She would have applied. or she-
Yeah, she would have applied. She did not apply, but then we're only left with 2 regular members. And yes, then the alternate would have to step in. But we intentionally changed the ordinance to have 2 alternates.
Right.
So that we always have the 3 board,
Right.
because it's quasi-judicial, you
Right.
need the 3.
Okay.
So I would not recommend that.
So,
Manager?
I'd like to ask
I would
her,
agree.
because I
That's my
remembered now,
point.
because that's what I was whispering to him. I think I remember that she actually was on the ethics panel for Kwame Kilpatrick's case. So I think this is actually her field. It's not like she's an attorney and she looks at this. I think she was an ethics attorney.
right, but she
So-
chose not to apply.
Perhaps we just need to give her the opportunity.
I think she had the opportunity. She
Right,
brought this
so-
about.
All right. I'm on the same page as him, though.
She doesn't know she's on the board and doesn't know there's a
To
vacancy.
2026.
But if she doesn't, if she's on the board and wasn't aware that there was a vacancy, she should be aware of that, right?
She may have been incommunicado for some reason. We just don't know. I would say give her the
The city-
opportunity. It doesn't hurt us to try.
It's inappropriate that if
I don't
you've
think that's
posted
right.
something
Yeah.
and you received an applicant, to then make special invitations to parties.
Okay.
I have the utmost respect for Ms. Hathaway. I wish she had applied, but I think it's inappropriate to
So-
make special calls.
Did you have something to add, Ms. Bingham?
Yeah, also Jim Robb did a really good job of modeling for the other board members how to introduce a new board member, and they rotate the assignments of who's going to write the opinion. So he's not going to be thrown into opinion writing day 1. They're going to orient him, they're going to model it before he's doing that work.
And I'm hoping he's still around to
Mentor.
you. But I do believe that when the board was originally constituted with 2 lawyers and a social worker, that was actually a good diversity of opinion. And I'm with your law enforcement background, your MPA, and your Masters of Divinity. You have, I'm assuming, some expertise in interpreting texts and looking at rules and regulations and applying them to specific situations. So I'm not opposed to appointing for the primary position.
Okay. Can I make a nomination? Okay. I'd like to nominate Eric Nygren as a regular member to the Ethics Board to serve a 3-year term to expire June 30th, 2028.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, congratulations. If you will remain seated, Ms. Bingham will swear everyone in after all the appointments are made this evening. Congratulations and thank you. And you will, I'm sure, be getting oriented. Our next appointments are for the Greenwood Cemetery Advisory Board. We are very lucky to have two long-serving members apply for reappointment. We have Margaret Suter, who's been on the board since 2016, and Linda Buchanan, who's been on the board since 2015 and who's well-known to everyone as dressing up as the docent for the cemetery tours. So in the order in which they applied, we'll bring Margaret Suter up to talk about why you would like to reapply and continue serving.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Margaret Suter. I live on Yosemite Boulevard. I've been a resident of Birmingham for all of my adult life. That's over 45 years. And then I grew up as a child here, too. I'm seeking my 4th term because on Greenwood Cemetery Board because I want to provide a couple of things. Continuity of fiscal responsibility on the committee and also responding to the needs of people wishing to purchase plots. Our space is limited, and we're selling plots as, well, our salesperson is selling plots very quickly, and we're running out of space, and we're looking now to see if there's any other kind of alternative that we can offer, looking to the future for the members of the community and from also outside the community. So we want to continue on, I would like to continue on in the board to help guide the group. Actually, we all work together very, very well and to collaborate well, thinking outside the box and coming up with answers to questions and trying to help give people the opportunity for the chance to be in the cemetery. Anybody have any questions?
And, yeah, any questions for Ms. Suter? Do you have a nomination? Oh, excuse me, second candidate. Excuse me. Ms. Buchanan, your turn.
Want to make sure can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. All right, good evening. I have served on the Greenwood Board for 10 years now, getting involved because, 1, I value local history, 2, I desired to learn about the fiscal aspects of the cemetery, and 3, I have a family member buried at Greenwood, as well as owning a plot of my own, although I must tell you I am in no hurry to use it. In its past 200 years, Greenwood has witnessed many ups and downs in its care and preservation. And now, as it enters its 3rd century, the cemetery is at a maintenance phase with only around 60 plots left for the city to sell. So the hiring of Carter Preservation to clean and restore the historic markers is a wonderful indication of how much the city does value its history and that Greenwood will always have special care and attention. Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions?
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Buchanan. Nominations. Commissioner Haig.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Buchanan to continue on the board as a regular member for a 3-year term to expire July the 6th, 2028.
I'd like to nominate Margaret Suter to continue as a regular member to the Greenwood Cemetery Advisory Board to serve a 3-year term to expire on July 6, 2028.
All right. All in favor of Linda Buchanan? Aye. Any opposed? All in favor of Margaret Suter?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations to both of you, if you'll please stay. Now we move to the appointment for a hearing officer to serve a 3-year term to expire June 30th, 2028. We have, again, we are lucky to have a returning applicant, Lawrence Ling, who was originally appointed in 2022. If you'd like to come to the microphone.
Larry, it's fine. Lawrence is the official name. So, good evening. I'm Larry Ling. I'm living at 644 Bird. It's my second stint in Birmingham. This current one is about 10 years running now. The reason I'm willing and interested to re-up and continue doing this is I think it's an important role. You know, for both those people who get fined, they want to know that they have a chance to be heard. And my experience running companies and I think just dealing with a lot of people, I'd like to think I have the ability to fairly listen and consider what they have to say. And yet at the same time, none of these are easy decisions. Everybody comes in, truly believes, or at least wants, to get their fines waived. So it's not easy, to make those decisions, and I'm comfortable doing that. So for those reasons, I'm very willing to continue serving for another 3 years.
Any questions for Mr. Ling? Do we have a nomination?
Go ahead.
All right. I'd like to nominate Mr. Larry Ling for the position of hearing officer to serve a 3-year term to expire June 30th, 2028.
All in favor of Mr. Ling?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Congratulations and thank you. And now we move to the museum board. We have an applicant as a regular member, and then we have an applicant who is the city manager's appointment. So for which we will concur. The regular member is Ms. Judith Kiefer, who's applying for reappointment. Is Ms. Kiefer with us?
Don't see her online.
Okay. And then she has served since 2019, and she's applying for reappointment. And then we have Patrick Hughes, who is the city manager's appointment, who has served since 2016. Is Mr. Hughes with us this evening? Nope. I see none. Well, since these are both reappointments, would someone like to nominate Ms. Kiefer?
I'd like to, I'll make a comment.
Certainly.
First of all, is this board full?
It has, I believe, one vacant spot,
Because
yes.
there's two notations that say reserved, but I don't think those are,
There's a regular member position that's open right now.
one regular member. Okay.
One.
I know.
These two, if they re-up, then there's one
Okay.
vacancy.
All I want to call attention to is the attendance, which is not great. Ms. Pat Hughes, 17% this year so far, and Judith Kiefer, 40%. Last year, 50% for Hughes and 60% for Kiefer. Similar, 23. So there's a pattern. Other members are in the 80s and 100%. There is somebody in 2024 who was down around 40%. But anyway, so like we want people, right? But we also want them to serve. We want them to show up to the meeting. So, do you appoint somebody who's only been to 17% of the meeting so far? That's all.
Ms. Ecker?
Just one comment, like that position is the city manager's appointee has to be a business owner, and we've historically had a problem attracting people who fit that category for this board.
Does anybody know why may I?
Yes.
Does anybody know why we insist on having a business owner on the
It's in the
museum
ordinance.
board?
I don't know what the reason was in the beginning, but it's in the ordinance.
When are the meetings?
They're at 5 o'clock once a month, I believe. I can't remember.
PM, right? Not
PM,
AM.
yeah.
PM.
Good question.
Only when I'm on the board.
Well, I mean, if it was AM. Okay, I get it.
I've done those meetings before.
Right.
AM's all right.
I'm done.
So what is the pleasure of the commission for these appointments?
Did we get any notice that they weren't going to be here, or?
I did not have that communication, that they weren't going to be here. We invited them to be here.
Should we-
So
should
they're
we
matching their attendance record then.
Should we table it to the next meeting and bring them in, and maybe we can ask them those questions and get a feeling about
Yeah,
what their
then
participation?
they may, since these expired July 5th, they're going to be short a quorum for a couple weeks if we do that. Because their terms both expire July 5th, and we don't meet again until July 14th.
Well, they're
When
not
is
at
their
the,
next
they're not at the
meeting?
meetings anyway, so.
When is the next museum board meeting? Do we know?
I don't
Sorry.
know. I'd have to check the calendar.
Does the museum director participate in the recruitment, let's say? of
Yes,
board
yes, she tries to recruit members, yes.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'm comfortable to table it to our next meeting.
Next museum board meeting, thank you, is Thursday, July 10th.
So, before we meet. Well, we have one commissioner expressing opinion to table.
It would be a motion to postpone.
All right, so we have a motion to postpone then.
Second. I'll second that.
The museum board appointments to our next regular meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Just wondering who that was. who just
Okay.
looked.
All right, so we have postponed the museum board appointments. We now are open to the public for matters.
Swearing in.
Oh, yes, swearing in, thank you. So if you were lucky enough to be appointed this evening, would you please come to the front of the room? And Alex will swear you in.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of this state, and endeavor to secure and maintain an honest and efficient administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction or control, and to perform the duties of office of Greenwood Cemetery Advisory Board, Ethics Board, and Hearing Officer, according to the best of my ability. I have your lines set up. So Larry, you're right there. Sign right there. Linda?
Where do you want to go? Yes. Right here? Thank you.
I'll date and sign. Thank you.
I talked to Chris. Thank you. Thank you all for applying. All right, open to the public for matters not on the agenda. If you'd like to come to the microphone and make a comment about something that is not on this evening's agenda, please come to the microphone in the front, state your name and address, and you have roughly 3 minutes. You may also make a public comment online if you'd like to use the raise your hand function. All right, I see no public comment in the room, and I see no public comment online, so we will move to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which the event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. Do any commissioners wish to pull? Mayor Pro Tem.
D like David.
Anyone else? Are there any citizens, either in the room or online, who'd like to pull an item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, could we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exclusion of item D.
Second.
All right, you have a motion and a second. Any comment on the motion? Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll? Roll call vote.
Mayor Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bauer.
Yes.
Commissioner Hemmerine.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Bauer, item D.
Item D is the annual approval of the schedule of fees, charges, bonds, and insurance. And I just, this is something we do every year, and we, it's on the consent agenda. We don't look at it carefully, and this year I looked at it a little more carefully than I usually do, and I had some questions and concerns about it. Some have to do with the actual fees, which is really all we're here to talk about. Some have to do with the policies that give rise to those fees, which may not be the appropriate time to talk about, but I'll bring them up briefly, at least two of them, and then we can move on. As far as the fees go, I look at, for example, the biggest producer of fees, which I assume is the Community Development Department, and there are no changes. How is that there are no changes whatsoever in a year where we saw, inflation of 3.5%, 4%, and the year before, I don't know what the changes were, if at all, the year before, because the information isn't here. It would be nice if it was there. It would be nice if there was information about how much these fees bring in, because do I really care about a fee that's only bringing in $100 a year versus another fee that's bringing in $200,000 a year? Maybe. I look at the Treasury, who is very good with a spreadsheet, and it sure looks like she popped it into a spreadsheet and put in 4.56% as the inflationary factor and bumped all her fees by that amount. So that's with the fees. I feel like maybe this isn't something the clerk should be doing. Maybe it's something the treasurer should be doing. And I also, so I'm not looking to, beat anybody up or table the thing, but I think we could probably do a better job. I know that there's limitations on what we are permitted to charge, but some things are clearly arbitrary. What does it really cost to make a copy of something, and so if it was arbitrary last year, and we've had 4.5% inflation this year, then it should be arbitrarily, it should be 4.5% more, a 4.5% greater arbitrary number. So that has to do with the amounts and the reporting. So to repeat, I would personally like to see how much these fees are bringing in and how that's changed, because we might see trends. And I'll save my comment about policy because I know the city manager wants to make a comment.
First comment is the city clerk doesn't do all of these recommendations. She routes it to all of the department heads, and each department head looks at their own department's fees and determines which ones need to be raised or don't need to be raised. And they don't look at just a matter of inflation. They also look at how much staff time is involved and how much the fee is. So if it takes you 5 minutes to approve something versus 5 hours to review something, that's going to be indicative of the fee. To your point about community development, yes, I think it's fair to say they bring in the vast majority of the permit fees. And of course, state law also regulates how much we can charge, not so much the dollar amount, but every bit of money that comes in goes into a fund and has to be used, and it has to be equivalent to the costs of running the building department. So we can't just overcharge, get some money and tuck it in the general fund. So it's a little different there. So I just wanted to make that point.
And can I assume that none of these costs are arbitrary?
Yes.
And that for making a copy, there is a personnel cost in addition to the paper, ink, and toner cost that has been calculated?
Yes, it has, and in fact, the copy cost and the personnel costs, like particularly for FOIA, you have to take the lowest paid employee in the department that's going to be doing the work, and you charge that rate for their time, and then we do know how much we pay for copies through our agreements with the photocopy, for the copiers. We get charged a certain amount if it's paper, black and white or color.
Okay, so I appreciate all your responses, and I still think it's hard to believe that the costs for the Community Development Department did not change at all in the last year. So that's one concern. Another concern, there was a new 25, under the treasurer's, if you go to the treasurer's section, it's the very last one, something about a 20, and it's new. So I suspect we should be paying closer to attention to new fees than existing fees. So that one is a 25 for it looks like invoices sent to collections are charged a 25% fee. Treasurer's office returned payment fees, $35. So there's a $10 bump. But invoice sent to collections, 25% of unpaid. Water bills?
We use a collection agency for EMS transport and also parking tickets and other various invoices. They charge us 25% of what they collect.
So you're just passing it to?
Correct.
Okay, understood. Okay. And then there was a new utility under engineering, I believe.
Public services?
Public services.
Yes.
Which did not,
Oh, yeah, engineering. A new category was added for utility right-of-way bond requirements having various costs depending on location and nature of the work to be done.
what exactly is that? And is it different from a contractor tearing up the road to put in a service? Or is that what it is?
It's different.
Good evening. So this would be for any utility company that does work in the city's right-of-way. And examples are Consumers Energy, DTE, 123net. And with this, we're having sometimes issues with some of the companies of coming back and doing the final restoration on projects. So doing the final restoration of sidewalk, road repairs, et cetera, that they damaged or had to remove as part of their installation of utilities. And so with this, we were recommending bond amounts. We looked at other communities to see what they've got for various bond amounts. And this would be used to potentially, if they don't complete the work timely, the city hires a contractor to complete that work and deduct that amount from the bond.
And heretofore, we have not charged them anything? Or there was no bond?
There was no bond, so essentially, we're following up with contractors constantly to have them follow up on their final restoration on some of the utility projects.
Now, when you bond, it's different than a fee, right?
Correct.
Are there limitations on the bond you can demand?
Yes.
On all fees, all bonds, all of these items, has to be, there has to be a true demonstration of that's what it costs the city to perform that service. Fees, bonds, any of those items cannot be for profit.
Well, I understand that, but a bond, if you have to exercise or use that bond, you use it and then you give them back what's left over. And so, potentially, if something might cost $6,000, you could probably legitimately take a $10,000 bond and when all is said and done, refund them the $3,927.14 that it didn't cost, and you'd still be within the law, right?
I believe so because the word is legitimate.
Okay, good. So I would argue that larger bonds are better in these cases. Now, to get to policy, engineering is a good place to start because Ms. Coda is in front of us. We talk about bonds that are on here for when they tear up the street. When a developer cuts into the street, puts in a sewer and water service line, and then they repair it, or not. Or they do a not good repair. I had to bite my tongue there. So you all know I live on Shirley Road, and the contractor came by last week and did some fabulous repairs. Okay, so you have areas just like areas that that contractors tear up, right? Not much bigger, maybe a little bigger, and these guys came in, and you'd hardly know that there was a repair. The repairs are so good. Would you back me up on that? Yes, okay. So if they can do it that good, why can't the individual contractors working on a home and putting in a new service do it that well?
So up above in the engineering fees, under the right-of-way permits, you see the online application fee, permit fee. There's two line items before that, underneath that, trench maintenance, which it says one lateral lead, and trench maintenance, if there's two laterals or leads. It's a $3,000 and $6,000 cost. With that, we're collecting that money, and then the trench maintenance is being done either in our annual resurfacing program with asphalt or our annual concrete repair program. That transition happened when I first started here approximately 3 years ago, so we're using that going forward for any repairs that need to be done for a hypothetical residential site being built with a new home, have to tap a new sewer and water service. Those fees are being collected, and then the city is making those final repairs on those payment.
So I think what I hear you saying is that we are doing a better job than we had done in the past, and I just didn't know that.
And then also too, with this.
Is that
yes,
correct?
Yes, and it takes a little bit of time especially if it's a new home, because usually we try to also coordinate it with our project and also what's building in front of that house, just knowing that if, say, they put the water and sewer lateral in the fall, it may not get done to the following fall just because they need to complete the work on that property.
So they put in a temporary patch, and then you come back and put in a much better quality. Okay, good. The other policy issue that is raised in the fees has to do with the police department and information and the Freedom of Information Act and how we go about providing information to the public. And this is, I don't intend to open a discussion tonight, just to maybe make you aware of this, and maybe we can talk about it at another time. Being an alumni of the Detroit Free Press and journalism, and having gone to journalism school and reported in several places, it is common practice in many jurisdictions to provide a certain amount of information to the media, perhaps more than you might provide. Well, it's there. It's available to anybody who wants to come into it, but a beat reporter could show up at the police department and see some information. They would not have to file a Freedom of Information request. They wouldn't have to pay. I don't know, do we charge the media the fees that you have noted in here for things like body cam footage, 911 recordings? We charge the media for that. Okay. That's something I personally, just me, disagree with. I think we ought to make that stuff available to the media, free of charge. I think there ought to be I saw something recently that concerned me. It was a report about somebody going into a restaurant on Merrill Street and getting punched in the nose. But the Downtown magazine could not determine what restaurant on Merrill. Well, there is only 2 restaurants, or 3 if you count the Underground Rose Room. As a consumer or a resident, I mean, I'd like to know which restaurant I have the risk of getting punched in the nose if I go into, right? But it wasn't provided, and Downtown, in their article, noted that the Birmingham Police Department, as a matter of routine, does not provide that information. So, that's just, it's beside the point of the fees, but I mention it because I would like to discuss this further at another time. As far as the fees to the media, I guess you have to now, it's very weird. We're in a weird time where it is, social media influencers consider themselves journalists. So, it's hard to define who the media is, but I'm going to shut up. I think you got my point. I will move the suggested. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
If I may. Going back to the engineering one, please. In the new items, there's 3 of them that are listed on that first page, and one of them sidewalk removal and replacement in Birmingham shopping district area. Other than the 2 typos, why is it only in the shopping district? The reason I asked that, I'll give you the quantification why. There's a neighbour on my street is waiting for about the 3rd year consumers to replace his sidewalk that they tore out for the gas service for the street, for the house on the other side of the street that has been built and has been occupied for a year. But he still has tarmac where everything else is nice concrete, then there's this lumpy dip tarmac, and then there's nice concrete. And it was nothing to do with him. Why is it only in the shopping district when people are getting hit with this, and sometimes it's not even for their house?
So with that, that would be the 2,500 listed above that. So anything a minimum amount, bond amount would be 2,500. And then for the sidewalk in the Birmingham Shopping District was 5,000. Looking at this, a lot of times what we're seeing is utility companies installing utility poles or doing underground installation of wire where we're waiting a long time also for the patching. And usually what ends up happening is just not one area, it's multiple locations, because if they're boring, they have a pit in one location, a pit in another location, most likely a pit somewhere else. So we've got multiple locations in downtown where they're potentially doing disturbance to the sidewalk versus at a residential with Consumers Energy, usually it's 1 or 2 slabs.
So you're clarifying it to say that in the case that Commissioner Haig brought up, that utility would now pay the $2,500 bond?
So we pay the $2,500 bond.
Okay.
So that's a little bit easier to understand. And then the street or alley pavement removal and replace at 10,000, that's the replace. The 6,000 above under the trench maintenance, where I'm going with this one is, and perhaps I've just missed it, but is there something in here for, and I think there is, I just don't know where it is there something in here for bonding for road damage? Because we've seen a lot of road damage for construction work that happens at one end of a street, but all the traffic comes in from the other end of the street and tears it up. I mean, my street was a classic example of the concrete trucks that had several neighbors sending in photographs of the trenches they dug in the street. Where does that get covered in these fees? Because it's not immediately apparent to me, and it may just be because it's not apparent to me.
It's under the building department. So if you go under, or sorry, community development, kind of the building department one, it would be the green section, the second one, H, bonding requirements for maintenance and replacement of public utility facilities, and it mentions a $5,000 bond, and that's from the building department issues that one.
Is 5,000 enough for some of these roads? Because if we look at some of the costs that we're actually asked to approve later in this meeting, that doesn't even cover half of one person's percentage of a Cape seal.
So with that, that was the building department. I would have to refer to the building official. If I remember this discussion previously, there may be something in the city ordinance about this, about the determination of it, but it's something that we can also review here to be able to adjust it.
I would please ask, can it be looked at, and perhaps that's more appropriate under engineering, because if it was something like the street, that falls more under engineering rather than development for the ultimate repair, right? Hey, while we were digging, we might as well keep digging, right?
All right, so we had, you made a motion to move item D?
Well, not really. I started to, and then I was interrupted.
Okay.
So I guess before I make a motion, does anyone else share my concerns about?
You're looking at it from a financial perspective, which is appropriate because it is finances. So trying to understand the financial cash flow, where it makes the most sense. Are we putting huge amounts of energy for $10 and not putting a lot of energy in for $1 million? It's a valid question.
You know, and with community development, I'm just going to be honest, I wonder whether the retirement of one director and the new guy coming in, this just, you know, didn't have a priority on it.
They both reviewed the fees together, because there was some overlap between the two for training, and they did go through the fee schedule together.
But they didn't change a thing.
They did not change anything.
We also, this is the first time we shifted from doing this review in December to doing this review in June, effective July 1, to align with the fiscal year. So this is the first time we've fully combed through with all city staff in less than a one-year window as well.
So you did it in December,
We
and
did
now
it
you're
in
doing it again
December,
6
our
months
last
later?
meeting in December, and we
Okay.
did it now. So now, going forward, our big review is going to be June, effective July 1, but we can still do intermittent adjustments as needed, because it's based on resolutions by the commission.
Okay, so does it make you feel better? It's only been 6 months. Commissioner Host.
Why don't we go back to what we did?
Commissioner Haig brought up, about the bonding for the roads when a builder. Is it only $5,000, Melissa? My recollection was we were trying for 15. It should be at least 15.
That's why I wanted engineering to be involved with it as well, because I think it's really appropriate for engineering to be looking at that aspect, even though community development will be the ones kind of getting the complaint.
Yes, currently it's $5,000.
Well, I would like to have that July 1st raised to 15,000, very minimum.
Well, I think that we heard that we can make adjustments again, correct, Ms. Hecker?
Correct. You can make them at any time.
So I think we could move this item this evening, ask you to look into the issues that have been raised. I think we understand more about community development. It's only been 6 months, but I do think that we can reassess the bonding issue for the streets, and then you could bring that back with that change if we can defend increasing that amount according to all rules and regulations.
I might be blind, but I'm only finding one 5,000 under community development. It's for sign erectors.
No, it's under there, right
is it?
where Melissa pointed to it. It's on the second page of community development at the very top, under sub H.
Yes.
Okay, not itemized out, it's written in there. Okay, I was looking at the slides.
All right, so do we have a motion, Commissioner Ballard, Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Sure, I'll move the suggested resolution.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a resolution. Any comment on the motion? Roll call vote, Ms. Bingham?
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer? Yes. Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Mayor Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
All right, we now move to the city manager's report.
Nick was trying to jump in there. Yes, the city manager's report for June. I'll just go through some of the highlights. Just to point out for the public that the library will be closed from Friday, July 4th through Sunday, July 6th in honor of the holiday, and it'll reopen on Monday. Some upcoming events of interest to be held at the library. Tomorrow, the history of Chinese cuisine. Next Monday, native wildflower seed balls, Baffling Bill's Magic of Reading show. Also on July 13th, the library will be providing the Kids Zone at the Farmers Market. And on July 14th, they will be holding an information session on Michigan's Venice and the Lake St. Clair and the St. Clair River and so on and its impact to the area. Also, they wanted to announce that they are going to have an open-air concert series once a month in July, August, and September, starting Tuesday, July 22nd in their outdoor atrium area. So for anybody that attended the MDOT meeting that was held there, you can open up the windows and it kind of spills out into the park. So I think that'll be a nice addition. Also, Adult Battle of the Books will be taking place on August the 7th. From the Birmingham Museum, some updates there. They've completed several construction projects lately, a major roof repair and restoration project with the main porch and 2 smaller porch roofs, a new low-maintenance picket fence where the other one was rotting, and for the one that you've heard about a lot, the pond improvements that are scheduled to take place, they have not started yet because we're held up waiting for a permit from Eagle. As soon as we get that, we'll go ahead and start with that construction work. As I mentioned, the Kids Zone at the Farmers Market on Sunday, July 13th, and the Farmers Market is, of course, every Sunday from 9 to 2 p.m., held at Lot 6. We've had 15,300 guests in the month of May alone, so it's been very well attended, despite the fact that the weather's been up and down and all around most recently. But we've had a lot of attendance, and also good news, we were awarded a $2,500 grant from Main Street, Oakland County to support the replacement and addition of market equipment. So some things they're going to be adding there is new market signage and then some movable seating and shade structures so that there's some shade for folks that want to get out of the sun or they just need to take a break. Outdoor movie nights, we had a movie night on Friday, June the 6th, and it was very popular, and of course those will continue on select Friday nights in July, August, and September. Also an update from Erica Bassett at the BSD. They, of course, do the outdoor movie nights and the farmers market, but she's also serving on a tourism board with representatives from across Oakland County, and some interesting stats. Oakland County as a whole, so this includes Birmingham and all other areas, welcomed 16.7 million visitors in 2024. And then other interesting fact is 99% of them were domestic. So they weren't international visitors per se, but people that didn't live in Oakland County that came and shopped, ate, stayed, et cetera. And the number one direct tourism revenue came in the form of food and beverage, which was $921 million. And I think it's probably fair to say that we were at least a substantial portion of that, given the food and beverage options that we have in town. Overall, they found that Oakland County's tourism industry creates 40,600 total jobs in 2024. So the number one thing that they determined was needed to enhance tourism in Oakland County, which I'm sure you're all aware of, is enhanced accessibility. As we've talked about before, it's difficult to get around unless you have your own vehicle. Potentially one of the reasons maybe why we don't attract people from far and wide. Oakland County, this tourism board has just completed some visioning workshops. They were held last week on Monday and Tuesday, so there's an update on that. And then from the building department, as you mentioned, Jeff Zilke is now the acting building official, and he has been assisting with some improvements and repairs through City Hall and the library as well. The inspector room renovation, if you had maybe if you want to have a chance, you can go down there and see the inspector's room. If you recall, it's a small area. Everybody was crammed in there. There were a lot of paper products, and there wasn't much room. We're redoing that. It's going to have new electric work, new network cabling, new lighting, new desk spaces, and they're going to be much more digitally inclined. So there'll be a lot less paper. That's the transition to online permitting, larger screens for people, and so on. So that's in progress right now. There will also be a new safe door that will be added to the opening of that, so that in the event of an emergency situation, a security issue, that will be a safe room where employees can go and close that door, and it's solid protected space, safe space. So that door has a very long lead time, so we won't be seeing that for a while, but it has been ordered. And then also an update on some City Hall hallway renovations that we have talked about in previous years. They were in the budget. Security enhancements, again, installed in the hallways throughout City Hall to create a separation between the public and private areas of City Hall to improve security. They'll be equipped with access key card readers. Just, you could see the pictures that they all match what's going on with the design and aesthetic of City Hall to fit and blend in with what's there, but to provide more security for numerous areas of the building, particularly finance, the IT room with all of the computers in it, the clerk's office and where they store all their election equipment, and stopping direct access from many different department offices, including the police chief, including the city manager's office, finance, et cetera. So that will be starting in the near future. An update from the city clerk's office. As you know, you voted at the last meeting to consolidate the 9 existing election precincts into 5. So there'll be new voter cards that'll be going out there, and that's corresponding with the time when we've been district, so to speak, for State Senate District 8. This whole city of Birmingham has been moved to State Senate District 7. So that will be shown on the new voter cards as well. 2025 election update. For anybody that's interested in submitting an application to be on the city commission, the petition filing deadline is July 22nd at 4 o'clock. And then again, communications, the city is working on the July edition of the Around Town e-newsletter, which you'll see coming out shortly. From the Department of Public Services, July is Parks and Recreation Month. It's the 40th year that this month has been recognized. And I think we can certainly all thank all of our Parks and Rec folks, especially today in this heat, that they've been out working hard. We did allow them to start work earlier and shift their day forward so that they would avoid the high heat of the day, I guess you could say, but we thank them for all of their hard work there. As an activity for this Parks and Rec Month, they'll be doing a fun self-guided scavenger hunt that will motivate people to go and check out all of the different parks around town. Most people have their favorites, it's usually the one closest to their house or the one most intriguing for their family members, whoever they may be. But this will help people to be aware of all of the assets that we have out there. From the engineering department, we received several awards and several grants. Lincoln Hills T #1 received the Michigan chapter of the American Public Works Association 2024 Project of the Year Award for quality of life. So we accepted that award in last month. South Eaton Transportation Alternative Program, the city received a $2.2 million TAP grant for South Eaton to install bike lanes from 14 Mile to Maple Road, and that will occur through the end of 2025 into 2026. And the EPA grant award, we received notification that we received $1.3 million from the EPA to make repairs to the city's combined sewer system. So that's excellent as well. Some updates on city construction projects. I know I go through these most months, but we're wrapping things up for several of these that had punch list items left over from last year's construction season. So Arlington, Shirley, and Brandon, those punch list items will be completed by the end of this month. Concrete repair program, well, let me stick to those. Punch list items for Oakland and Haynes, they're working on those, and that will take a little longer. It should be completed by the end of August. And then with regards to the concrete repair program, that's going on all through town in one of the residential areas and then a portion of the downtown area. And that's for looking at concrete pads for new bus shelters, sidewalk improvements, alley, concrete street patches, et cetera, throughout those areas, the parking lot at Fire Station 1, sidewalk replacements at Shane Park, and so on. The resurfacing program will start on Birmingham Boulevard this week, weather permitting. It'll be completed by July 3rd. The traffic signal mast arm project, and I think a couple of you asked about this at the budget hearing. We are on our last 3 mast arms that have already been approved by the commission under contract, so they will be going up in the near future, and that's at Brown and Southfield, Maple and Elm, and Maple and Adams. The North Adams resurfacing project has started. They started work on the water main, and it should be completed by the end of this month. And then work on the roadway has also started, so there will be some detours and construction delays, I guess, as a result of that project. The Bird Avenue Phase 1 project began with sewer installation last week, and they'll be working their way east. Quarton Lake cleanout, we had a pre-construction meeting actually today, and that will be occurring in July. That's for some of the dredging that you've already approved. Maple Road patching program, something to keep in mind. The concrete patching will occur within the city limits on Maple between South Eaton and Coolidge, so that area, if you've driven down there, in fact, I talked to one resident in particular who was very happy to hear that we're coming in and fixing that up, because we did fill in potholes over the winter, and it's pretty rough again. So we're working on that area. From the fire department, recently the Birmingham Fire Department conducted CPR training for the Senior Men's Club. It's part of their community outreach activities. Basically, they're trying to provide public safety education to anybody that is interested, and they are looking to expand these opportunities. From Human Resources, there's a whole list of people that we have hired recently. Most of them are seasonal. The one I want to point out is Brian Balick, and I hope I said that right, Senior Engineering Tech in Engineering. For the first time in I don't know how long, we have a fully staffed engineering department, so we're hopeful. And that gentleman retired from another municipality, worked there for 25 or 30 years, so he's got a lot of great experience, so we're happy to have him added to the team and hopefully help with the workload in the engineering department. Also in HR, the June hiring anniversaries, congratulations to many people that are listed with, from 1 year of service on. I'll highlight the ones that are over 20 years. 21 years, Kristen Tate from the library. 22, Matthew Bartolino, the assistant fire chief. 22, Ryan Kearney, the police captain. 23, David Bianchetti from Building Maintenance. 23, Deborah Gantz from the library. And 24, Daniel O'Brien from the library. So we thank all of those employees for their service and dedication over the years. From the planning department, some updates. The thing you'll be hearing about the most will be, of course, with the new budget, the zoning code update that will be undertaken. They'll be focusing on that in the coming months, and that's basically to take the vision from the 2040 plan and incorporate it into the zoning ordinance and then update any inconsistencies or issues, conflicts, et cetera. From the Historic District Commission, they are working on a long-range historic preservation master plan to guide preservation efforts into the future. I've mentioned that. That's ongoing, and it should be wrapped up here by the end of the year, I would think. The Environmental Sustainability Committee, they had a meeting just earlier today. They looked at a first draft of the community engagement plan for the Birmingham Green Plan, and they also discussed leaf blowers. So they're working on that. If you remember, the commission sent the leaf blower issue to them when they got up and running, so they are working on that. From the police department, we had several Birmingham police officers and dispatchers attended the North American Active Assailant Conference. And, you know, as the police department points out, we wish those kind of conferences weren't necessary, but unfortunately they are today. So that was great that we had several officers and dispatch staff attend that so that they can deal with best practices in those types of tough situations. Also, Chief Gruey attended the Senior Management Institute for Police at Boston University School of Law. So if you wondered why Ryan was responding for the last 3 weeks on police issues, that's because Chief Gruey was in Boston, and Captain Kearney was handling things at this end for the most part, although of course we had plenty of discussions with Chief Gruey in his absence. But he went through intensive training in the latest management theories and practices, innovative solutions to organizational problems, and basically best practices for managing public service organizations. So he's completed that. He's back in town. An update on the Village Fair. This year was the 60th year in operation in Birmingham. We had thousands of people attend. The police department had a large contingent of officers dedicated to the fair in downtown. As you know, we provided a summary of all of the incidents that occurred during that fair, and I think we've certainly had some public commentary on that, and I think in the future the Village Fair will require further review for safety measures and staffing requirements. But overall, we had a lot of people, had a good time. We did have some incidents, and they were handled very swiftly and very quickly, and they resulted in them shutting down those issues, so that they handled it very well in the police department. And lastly, from the parking department, an update, the advisory parking committee met in June, and they discussed the idea of increasing the rates for the park garage. That park garage has been coming up full a little more often than it has been in the past, and so the idea there is to raise the rates there and potentially spread people to park in other decks where they're not as full. So that's something that they're talking about. And that is a summary of the key items from the manager's report this month.
Thank you. Very comprehensive, as usual.
Can we ask questions?
Briefly, yes?
The pictures are very nice of the City Hall renovation. I would like to hear more. I'm particularly interested in what, if anything, is being done to protect our chief of police. His door is very close to the exterior door.
His door, his area will now be secure. So you won't be able to walk in that door, well, how would I say it? So there'll be a wall put up in front of the clerk's office. So the public, as they come in the center of the building, if they came from the north or the south, they come into the center lobby. They can get to the clerk's office counter and the treasury counter, but there would then be a divide there so that there can be some storage of election stuff, and it would also be closed off to the police department. So there will be exit only from that staircase and the door. Okay, I'm not explaining this well. There'll be another wall closer to the staircase. So anybody that's upstairs in community development can go down those stairs to get out, but they won't be able to come
Toward the police department.
toward the police department.
And
So it'll
the
be
door in right now will be closed?
The door in will be
By the
open.
police department, there's two doors. There's one that goes
There's two
into the
doors.
police. That seems pretty secure. There's another one that comes into City Hall. That's the one I'm talking about.
Right. Well, you could still come in that door, but you couldn't come into the first floor hall. You could only go upstairs to community development.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So you
Got it.
come up the steps and basically there'll be a wall with a
Yeah,
badge
you-
access door
yeah.
right in front of you.
Right, right. So that you can't get to right directly into the police chief's office right away with the open door.
Who did all this design?
If you remember, there was a contract with Krieger Klatt who did the design work for that, and we had an internal group that looked at all of this, and that included the police department, the building department, planning, because also it's a historic building, so we wanted to make sure this would be something that would blend in with what's here in the manager's office as well.
Thank you. Nice job. Thank you.
Commissioner Host.
Isn't that about $400,000 in our next budget, what you're discussing?
No, it's not 400,000. I think what you might be referring to are some of the other improvements to City Hall. Remember, I talked about, since we don't have a comprehensive plan for City Hall, we're trying to attack several of the issues. This was one of the security issues for all departments, but the police department as well. That money that you're talking about is placed in the budget for the coming year for the design of a Sallyport addition.
Okay.
Remember, that would go on the
Yes.
side of the building, and a couple of other things like maybe changing around the interview, creating an interview room, so we don't have to have people come through the halls and into the basement, that kind of thing.
So the point is the $400,000 is designated for upgrading the police and the
Yes.
Sallyport.
Yes. This is coming out of this year's budget that you approved last year.
All right. Thank you. We now move to unfinished business. We have none. And then we move to new business. And our first item of business is a public hearing for 185 North Old Woodward Bell Bistro, special land use permit amendment, final site plan and design review. And so I'm going to open the public hearing, and we will have Mr. Dupuy.
Thank you very much. While I pull up the page, Nick Dupuy, Planning Director, by the way. This is a special land use permit. It's for Bell Bistro. They've been operating in the city since 2014, although for the first 8 years, they were operating as a restaurant known as the Mad Hatter. In 2022, which I believe 6 of 7 of you were on the commission when they updated their slot, the 7th was on the planning board at the time. So you're very familiar with the concept change. They're now Bell Bistro, which emphasis still a bistro, still meeting all the requirements of a bistro. At the time in 2022, what they had to do to meet the minimum requirements of the bistro ordinance was they just basically threw sort of a token foretop out here right in front so that they could have outdoor dining. As you know, outdoor dining is a requirement of a bistro. That's about all they could figure out, frankly, at the time, because of their major renovation. They had to move forward and get that going. So currently approved today is this little foretop in front of the windows at Bell Bistro. Sticking with Bell Bistro for a minute, the proposed patio is going to be 22 seats, which is considerably more than they're currently approved for. If you recall, if you've been around the city, you remember this little guy. Before the Old Woodward reconstruction, they were operating their outdoor dining on a platform. The reconstruction of Old Woodward created what I call a little sort of bump out or plaza at this T intersection, which created a great little space. It's sort of hard to see here, but a great little space for seating and things and walking. And Paris Baguette, their neighbor, has taken advantage of that, and there's currently 16 chairs at 4 tables there for outdoor dining for Paris Baguette. Pull that back up. The Bell Bistro patio, it's a fairly standard patio. It'll have an enclosure. It'll have some high-quality tables and chairs, some umbrellas. There'll be a custom bench that's built here, just proud of our granite planters. And they show circulation here just to suggest that staff will go right across and into an opening here. This dash line, I want to emphasize, does suggest that this will be fully enclosed. It's got to be separated from the Paris Baguette outdoor dining facility based on MLCC rules, not necessarily Birmingham rules. Some of the tricky parts here is, as I mentioned, they do have a neighbor, Paris Baguette, that has a currently approved outdoor dining patio. I brought up those plans just so you can see it. This is what Paris Baguette's approved plan looks like. This is what Bella Bistro is currently approved as, and there's also some dining to the south at Sweet Green. So throughout this whole process, and for, I would venture, over a year, we've been working with Bella Bistro to figure out how they could expand their outdoor dining opportunities. Luckily, Paris Baguette seemed to be willing to discuss this with Bella Bistro. We, in the meantime, updated our zoning ordinance to require that I shouldn't say anything, any outdoor dining facility that expands beyond their storefront requires consent of the adjacent property owner. So in this case, the adjacent storefront, Paris Baguette, is the same property owner, Riverside LLC. That property owner, Mr. Slater, has signed their application and the special land use contract, so we consider that acknowledgement from that property owner that they consent to this change. We also went, I would consider, the extra mile and asked that they get acknowledgement from Paris Baguette that they are also okay with that change. I think I'll let the applicant explain a little bit more, but they seemed very willing to talk. They've got an additional 4 chairs out of it, Paris Baguette that is. I'll note that, of course, because it's changing their outdoor dining conditions, they do need approval for that. So I do have an administrative approval application for Paris Baguette to update their plan. Other than that, I think it's a pretty standard special land use permit amendment in that there's no other changes to the building or the site, no changes to the internal operation, no changes to the concept of the menu, quite simply outdoor dining. So I'll pass it back to you, Mayor Long. Of course, I'm here for questions. You can see the applicant's ready for questions as well.
Well, so we've had the staff presentation for the public hearing.
Oh,
Now
thank
we'll
you.
hear from the applicant.
Hi, Randy Dickow. I'm one of the owner of Bella Bistro, formerly Mad Hatter Bistro. To Nick's point, when we went through this renovation, if you guys have been to Mad Hatter, we purchased it with the intent of eventually looking to remodel and reinvest back into the space. It was time, things of that nature. We understand with what happened when the road had to be torn up. We understood the advantage that it gave to the city of Birmingham, although it was an advantage for them, a disadvantage for us. And so I guess at that point, we were still willing to reinvest back into the space with the just good faith that we could figure out some sort of way to at least get some of our seating back. I've worked pretty diligently with Nick, exhausting all options. I mean, there was even some other things that we looked as we were going to the north, just to kind of just figure out any which way possible to obviously create more outdoor seating. As you all know, patio seating is pretty important, especially for a bistro when you can only have 65 seats. The summertime is when you're able to really, rake in the revenue to be able to, sustain, the cost of doing business. Therefore, all along, I guess the best route for us to take would be to work something out with Paris Baguette. The one thing that worked out, which I think is a win-win-win, was when I sat with them to try and figure out what would work best and something that would have worked for them. We wanted to create like a patio destination, right? Not just for ourselves, but also, be able to, just be an amenity to each other's business, right? Like when you have that and you have that look and feel when you're walking by, it makes people not only, think of you, but the businesses next door. Like I always say in restaurants, where do you want to be? You want to be next to other restaurants because that's just where the energy is. So having come up with this solution, I think that space is meant for this. I mean, if you guys can, if you truly know that area, it is the deepest walkway in the city, right on Old Woodward. That being said, it's almost begging for this kind of patio. And I think just aesthetically, just from the city and for anybody driving by, I personally believe that this, like I said, a win-win-win, not for just us, for Paris Baguette, and also for the city. So having said that, we worked pretty closely with Nick to kind of cross all our T's and dot all our I's. I think we've presented something that makes a lot of sense for everybody involved. And I guess all I'm asking for is, we've been going through this for a very long time. We were paying on rents and trying to remodel the space for this is going on due to COVID, and with construction, we're going on 2.5 years now. So all we're hoping for is for you guys to be able to come and sit on that patio this summer. So that's pretty much all I got for you guys.
Thank you. So are there any questions or comments from the public for either Mr. Dupuy or for the applicant? If you have questions or comments in the room, you can come to the microphone. If you have questions or comments online, please use the raise your hand function. And this is the opportunity for the public to ask questions in the public hearing. I see none in the room. I see none online, so I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:44 PM. And now we have an opportunity for the commission to ask questions for either Mr. Dupuy or the applicant. Commissioner Long.
I just had one, and maybe I misunderstand it. We received something tonight about the possibility of sharing this space between the two restaurants. Do I understand that
So,
correctly?
Mr. Dupuy, would you explain what this consent is?
Yeah, and I might expand a little bit more if I may, Mayor Long. So that space that you're seeing here, what I'll call the amenity zone with that big rectangle of aggregate, the 2 granite benches, if you can visualize it, that space is actually wholly in front of the Paris Baguette storefront. None of the Belle Bistro storefront overlaps with that space. So currently, as I mentioned, Paris Baguette has all of their outdoor dining in that space. So I think in terming it as sharing that space, Belle Bistro and Paris Baguette have agreed to consolidate their outdoor dining facilities into that, what we're calling a shared space. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but there still has to be a dividing line pursuant to state requirements.
Yes, from the Michigan Liquor Control Commission, you have to have a barrier around any facility that has liquor, which is why there's a fence in the middle.
Yeah, I guess outdoor dining fence.
Yeah, so there'll be a way to police that so that they don't violate the state requirements. Okay,
It's separated.
okay, all right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bauer.
You said something, Nick, about a new requirement and consent. Can you repeat what you said?
Certainly, and it's important, so I'm happy to repeat it. So in 2023, when we updated our outdoor dining ordinance, we did a big, expansive update of our outdoor dining ordinances. Previously, in our previous ordinance, you couldn't expand in front of neighboring storefronts at all. It was prohibited expressly. In the new iteration, we thought, well, in special conditions, maybe restaurants ought to be able to explore expanding in front of each other's storefronts. But if you do that, we need express written consent of the neighboring property owner. And so that's where the ordinance stops.
Okay.
So what I suggested about the advance is Paris Baguette, Plain Paul.
So, first of all, I love this, right? It's like Ann Arbor, it's other places, anywhere, especially the two together. I'm having second thoughts about that provision, though, because I can understand if you were putting tables and chairs, like you got the storefront, and then you got tables and chairs, and then you got the sidewalk over here, right? This is different. The sidewalk, this is our property. This is city property. I think we should, it's very nice. I so appreciate that Paris Baguette bought into this and is willing to do it, and great, good for them. But if they didn't, if they hadn't, and we saw the merit in this, it's our property. We ought to be able to say, this is what we want to do with it. And, again, the outcome is terrific, in my opinion. But I don't know if there are other conditions like this elsewhere in the city, but I'd like to know if there are, and whether we might run into a situation where we think something like this makes sense, and Paris Baguette is saying, no, we don't want it, or the property owner, whoever it is. That would be that would be contrary to the public interest.
Commissioner Emery.
Follow up to what Commissioner Waller just said. These are outdoor dining one-year things, right? So should the city or the commission decide to do something with a particular set of property, you're only tied up for a one-year commitment. Am I right on that? Am I wrong on that?
Well, except that right now, we require the consent of the property owner in front.
Right.
Which,
well, but the commission or the city could take both this away from them at the following year, right?
well, we could, yeah.
Yes. So I'm not so sure that that's really a concern.
Unless one of them isn't even a dining establishment. One of them could be a clothing store that says, I don't want I don't want
Right.
them dining in front.
And I don't know if there was distinction in the revision about tables that were at the window and tables that were in the amenity zone, which is what we're talking about. So Ms. Ecker?
I just wanted to give a little background as to how this came up, because there was discussion, and the primary example I can think of, if you remember, what was the name of that little sporting goods store right across the street here on Pierce?
Varsity Shop.
Varsity Shop that moved over to Adams Square. So it was empty for a long time, and the restaurants next door wanted to spread across in front of it. And then you're right, it's city property. And then, of course, people went nuts in the retail community, was concerned because, well, if you can put it across a vacant space, then can you put it across my retail shop? And they didn't want their retail shop blocked. So there was a whole discussion, and that's why the control, that's why it was put in place. You're right, it's our property, but that's kind of how this came up.
There was extensive discussion that if you had allowed tables in front of a retail space without the retailer's permission, then they thought they would, like over by the Townsend, right? We will lose sales if people cannot see our displays in our windows because the umbrella's blocked, et cetera.
There was a lot of discussion.
And, may I? And you hear those arguments and you say, no, it doesn't make sense, right? But it's our
property.
It's our property, and it isn't about whether someone consents. It's about whether, in our judgment, it serves the public and private interests of the business. But we have created these great spaces all over town that need to be controlled by us.
Commissioner Haig.
For my own edification, we said that the requirement today is to get the property owner's permission. Does that also separately require, to the point of what was just being discussed about things like retail versus dining, is it not just the property owner but the business owner's permission? Now, I'm not looking at this right now, just do our rules say property and business? Because what happens if the property owner says, yeah, sure, then the business owner's like, wait a minute, it doesn't work for me, but the property owner just, you don't care.
It does not say business owners. It does not say adjacent business owners or tenants. It just says property owner. We did talk about that, and we felt as though it should be the owner's responsibility to be reading the applications and doing their diligence on their tenants' applications.
Still feels like a point of weakness to me that, okay.
So I have a question, Mr. Dupuy, about the mutual consent agreement. Thinking about the requirements we have when we're doing, parking agreements and so forth, my concern about this mutual consent agreement is that Clause 5, term and termination, says the agreement shall remain in effect unless modified or terminated in writing by mutual agreement of both parties or upon 30 days written notice by either party. So my concern would be approving the SLUP and then having Paris Bistro change their mind in 30 days. So how do we address that?
It's a good question, and I might defer to their legal team, but my suggestions would be inserting something in there and require notification to the city as well. Either that, or, as you may recall, part of this whole ordinance update in this specific section is not only requiring a neighboring property owner's consent, but also to submit that consent annually as a part of their outdoor dining. You might, perhaps as a condition of this special land use permit, require that this mutual consent agreement, as they title it, be submitted with their annual outdoor dining permit.
Since this is being proffered to the commission as it makes its decision, everything that is already in the SLUP, I think we would be covered, that they would have to notify us of any change, and that would be a significant change.
All right.
So that requirement is already built into the SLUP language.
So should...
Back to us then, because there is
All
a
right.
change for both of them.
So if this, okay, so...
Okay. Thank you, Mary.
So the SLUP can't continue when this is terminated, or unless we decided to. All right, so...
Well, actually, wouldn't the SLUP actually require amendment because this, for both of
Yes.
them? Because this is being, so it has to come back to us next
Yes.
meeting in effect.
That's what Ms. Kucharik said,
That's
yes.
not what I understood you to say. It was if it stops, then it comes back to us.
If there's
To
a
start
change.
it,
If
it
there's a
has to come
change.
back.
Right.
Yeah.
Paris Baguette is not a SLUP. Let me just clarify that. This one is, because if this were to stop, then they would not have any outdoor dining, and they're required as a bistro to have outdoor dining. So it would come back right away.
And then they'd have to amend it to put the 4 seats back out.
Correct.
So the applicant?
So to that point, because it's an annual agreement and I wouldn't say halfway through the summer, but we're kind of, in 30 days, 60 days, I could make an amendment to that. And I'm pretty sure that Paris Baguette wouldn't have an issue. Also, I could put a petition to this current agreement just to make sure that you guys would be informed as well. And going forward, I think going into next year, not that this is what we're discussing right now, would be for patio season for one season at a time. Again, this was brought to you just to kind of give some flexibility from your end, and we're happy to make a change to you guys, to make you guys feel comfortable. All I would ask in that scenario is that it's a small change and not hold up anything.
I don't think any change is needed. Again, in the SLUP language, the approval is contingent upon the approval of the outdoor dining plan consistent with the entire proposal shown here for Paris Baguette, including whether approval is necessary from the owner of the building to the south, if any. It's already baked in that if there's changes, then the applicant must come back before the commission because there would be a change to their SLUP. It's quite simple.
Okay. Commissioner Hay.
Question within that. Now that I know that Paris Baguette does not have a SLUP, let's just say Mr. Dickow and the owner of Paris Baguette, they have a falling out. They decide they just don't like each other one day, and Paris Baguette goes, okay, I'm done. Here's your 30 days notice. Then Mr. Dickow is put in the unfortunate position of his SLUP's no longer valid, he has to do something different. And Paris Baguette can just sit there and go, I'm fine. Doesn't do anything to me. Where I'm going with this is I would like to see a level of mutual protection and mutual accountability to help each other. Because right now it's definitely helping Bell, but it also feels a little bit like there's still an axe hanging.
That's overstepping, in my opinion. I think that's overstepping into their business function and business activities. These are private companies, these are private businesses that they have to follow our ordinances in order to utilize and appreciate public property. And with that comes a SLUP, and we're saying that here's the rules to the special land use permit, and if something changes, you have to come back before the commission. That doesn't mean you wouldn't give them a new SLUP. It just means that the commission needs to be aware of every change that occurs based upon what is being agreed to in this contractual agreement tonight. Protecting each party from each other is not part of the jurisdiction of the commission or the city.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I want to approve this tonight. I think it's important to get these people going. And I think we need to look at this consent thing. It makes me very uncomfortable to have two private entities executing an agreement. I'm not a lawyer, but I've seen a lot of contracts, and this doesn't make me comfortable that two private entities are executing an agreement concerning public property. It's just weird. We should go, again, that's our property. We should give that piece to him and that piece to them and be done with it. So I'm going to suggest later on that we suggest that this come back as an amendment, a potential amendment to clear that up.
Commissioner Emery.
Mr. Dupuy, wasn't this agreement requested by the planning board? Wasn't it a condition upon their approval?
Yes.
So I don't disagree with you, but they did it because it was a condition requested by the planning board.
And they did it because we have this ordinance that probably...
I don't think that this came about just because they thought it was.
Right. No, I get it, but it is. The city's not a party to this thing. That's weird.
I think, and I'm looking on the website to get the exact language, and I must not be looking in the correct place because I don't read the exact language right here on the website. But my recollection is that that whole permission thing was when one party was overstepping its space. So if you had the sidewalk right in front of your establishment or the parking
Platform.
Yes, thank you. If you wanted to have, let's say, two, that the owner of that other building who would more than likely want that place adjacent, would say, I'm okay with it for exactly what the mayor was talking about. It was not, I don't recall, contemplated for a situation like this. So I think, I frankly think we're getting hung up on something that is not why that language was written, and that this is a unique space because of its configuration with particular bump out, and two parties wanted to maximize it.
Commissioner Emery.
So I was on the planning board when this outdoor dining thing came about. I don't remember the specifics of all this, but this is exactly what the planning board wanted when we crafted that ordinance. And as a commissioner now, this is exactly what we want. We have people sharing. We always talk about sharing things, sharing services, sharing this, sharing that. This is exactly what's going on here. And I don't understand, like, I'm fully in support of this. I think this needs to move forward tonight. This is wonderful, but I don't understand why we're sitting here and going back and forth. This is an applicant who had a restaurant, who had a platform before the reconstruction. We talked about it at our joint meeting last week about how expensive platforms are, and they invested in that, and then that got wiped out. Then we reconstructed North Old Woodward Avenue, and that probably hurt their business. And then COVID happened. And now here they are, they're coming back, reinvesting in Bell Bistro, reinvesting in this patio. These guys have been dumping money into our city for years. And I don't like how this discussion's going right now, but this thing needs to be approved. This needs to move forward. I understand reserving public property and this and that, but it's a one-year thing. This is coming back. Nothing's happening in the next year, and quite frankly, summer's running out already. It just started and it's running out already. So if we sit here and delay this or table this or whatever's going to happen here, I'm not in support of that. Let's get these guys going. Let's get this outdoor dining. This is what the city wants.
I don't think there's any intention to do that. I think Mayor Pro Tem Baller is talking about reserving the city's rights in a future discussion. Commissioner Haig.
And I just wanted to make the same point. I'm actually in favor of this, and I've said many times before, we want to help create an environment to allow businesses to succeed. I used to enjoy going to Mad Hatter a lot, actually. I kind of miss it. So I actually want to see this happen as well. I'm exactly where you are. It's not looking at this. This is precipitating a bigger picture conversation. It's not this particular issue. I get the sense that we want to make this happen tonight, or as best we can, enable success. But we're looking at the larger issue, and that's where I think Commissioner Baller is going, is help this guy succeed, but there's a question mark. We don't like question marks. That's all it is. So with that, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve this.
Please do.
So I better read the correct wording and make sure this guy walks away with a smile.
Thank you.
Please don't make me read all the whereases, though.
No, just the
Okay,
suggested
all right.
Commissioner Ashton is sufficient.
So, based on that, I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the special land use permit amendment, final site plan and design review application for 185 North Old Woodward to permit the modification of the current approved outdoor dining facility in front of the building and increase the number of seats from 4 to 22.
I'll second.
All right.
Do we need to make any note of this particular amendment because it is not included in the package of the whereas?
No, because it's in the conditions and the language
Okay,
of the...
that's fine. I just wanted to be clear if I'm making a motion.
All right, we have a motion.
You're good.
Did we have a second?
Yeah.
We have a second. Comments on the motion at the commission? Comments on the motion from the public, either in the room or online using the raise your hand function? I see none, so we'll bring it back. Ms. Bingham, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Baller.
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Commissioner Emery.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Good luck.
Well, yours. Thank you.
I didn't catch it. All right, we now move to new business item B, public hearing for the lot division of 1829 Norfolk. And this is, again, Mr. Dupuy, Planning Director.
Thank you very much. So lot divisions.
Oh, I'm going to open the public
thank you.
hearing. Mr. Dupuy at 9:03 PM.
Lot divisions regulated by Chapter 102 of our city code permits an applicant to apply to split an existing lot into two buildable parcels subject to three standards. The first standard being conformance with the minimum requirements of zoning ordinance standards for that zoning district. This zoning district being R2, a single-family zoning district. There are tons of standards, of course, setbacks, bulk area placement. Because there are no detailed house plans at a high level, I can suggest to you that the setbacks, front and sides and rear, will all meet the minimum requirements. The lot areas in particular, the minimum in this district is 6,000 square feet. So at almost about 1,100 and 6,400, those two resulting parcels will meet the minimum standards in terms of lot area. Although I will note here and expand upon it in the next standard, if there's a shift in the lot line to the north, that will only bring them further into conformance. It would bring the northern lot to around 11 or just shy of 11, and parcel B at the south to over 7,000. So still no issue. The second standard, the residential lots formed must have a lot width that is equal to, or excuse me, not less than the average lot width of all lots on the same street within 300 feet. So those lot widths were provided to us, and based on the math, that lot average is 58.5 feet. So you can see here that the parcel widths are listed as 55 and 66.97, and that 55, the lot at the south, is technically under the average. So I have advised the applicant of that, and as I'm told, they are working on the survey here to adjust that lot line north a minimum of 3.5 feet. So I'm suggesting here that that is no problem in our perspective, so long as they meet the minimum requirements. Should you wish to, we suggest here that you could approve this lot division with the condition that they submit all the new documentation with the shifted lot line. The applicant seems okay with that, so I'm happy to answer more detailed questions about that, but they are working on it. The third standard is related to, it's got three real broad issues. That the proposed developments won't hinder any adjacent developments. It's not going to be developed in any floodplain areas, wetlands, or other natural features, and the location, size, density, et cetera, will not affect sunlight or essential public facilities, fire, police, et cetera. None of this is an issue here. We suggest that the applicant meets that requirement as well. So considering all that, we do request that you approve it with that condition, that they must shift the lot line to the north by a minimum of 3.5 feet to meet those minimum requirements. With that, I'll pass it back to you, Mayor Long.
All right, and would the applicant like to make a presentation or any comments?
Good evening. My name is Mark Mueller. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. I'd just like to thank Nick for making the presentation tonight. Yes, I have spoken with my clients. They're in complete agreement with the idea of moving the lot line about 3.5 feet to the north there to meet the width requirement for both lots. So what you see there is we had in under one platted lot almost three historic lots from the subdivision. And so we're splitting those three into two buildable lots. There is a structure on there right now. It's a ranch house built in 1967. And so this lot split will allow that home to be taken down and two new homes built on the respective lots. Of course, that will be subject to site plan review. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, let's ask, do any members of the public, either in the room or online using the raise your hand function, have questions or comments for Mr. Dupuy or for the applicant's representative? I see none in the room, and I see none online, so I'm going to close the public hearing at 9:08 p.m. Do any members of the commission have questions? Mayor Pro Tem Baller.
So this was once 3 lots?
Yep, historically, when it was platted, it was 3 lots.
And it was combined? They combined the 3 lots?
At some point,
At
yes.
some point, okay. You're an attorney?
I am.
And you represent whom?
The Abbey Group, which
And
is the owner
who is
of.
the Abbey Group?
The Abbey Group is Alex Dager and Hala Dager, who I think are attending on Zoom right now. So if you did have any questions for them.
Well, my question is for you. They are they builders? What are they? What is their interest?
They are the owners of the property and have been for about 20 years.
20 years. So
They are
they live there?
They, it's a rental, I believe.
It's a rental. Okay. Is this noticed?
Correct.
Yes.
So neighbors were noticed?
That's correct.
How?
Postcards.
Newspaper,
Okay.
website.
All right. And what do they intend to build there?
2 homes, 2 single-family
Are
homes.
they going to build them, or are they going to hire a
They're
builder?
going to hire a contractor, yeah.
Do they, this may be beside the point, and stop me if I'm going too far. Do you know who they plan to hire?
I do not know, do not know that answer.
I'll be perfectly clear about my questions. It's not necessarily my point of view on this, but we had a case where a large lot in Poppleton Park was split, and 3 homes were built, and they're out of character with the neighborhood, and the neighbors are freaked out about it, okay? So, I don't know what we do. I don't know what we do about that.
We changed the building ordinance.
Maybe we have no leverage for things like that, but this neighborhood, there's a certain character in this neighborhood, and, the neighbors have been noticed. And, it is only two homes that are going to be built, but I just throw that out there. The only leverage we have is to deny this. But I'm not sure that that's the right thing to do either.
Ms. Ecker?
Just a couple of things in response to that. When they go to submit an application or for a building permit to build 2 homes, let's say it gets approved tonight, and they submit it, then we do have some leverage in the sense that they have front setbacks, rear setbacks, lot coverage requirements, all of that. But to your point of out of character, we do not have any regulation that dictates design.
Right, I know that. And that's, everything they did in Poppleton Park was according to the law.
And I'll tell you that we've tried that several times, and it never goes anywhere.
And by the way, there's no requirement for site plan review of a
Correct.
residential
building
structure.
permit.
Correct.
All you need is a building permit.
Which does a zoning review as part of that.
So again, maybe we're raising something that, needs to be discussed in another context, but
Been
it's
raised many
certainly
times.
tangentially related to this.
And I believe that we heard at our last joint meeting that is something that is contemplated under the revision of the zoning ordinance. Is that correct, Mr. Dupuy? Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Just echoing the point you kind of made where I was about to go. Poppleton wasn't the only place. In Torrey, there's several. There's one that it's a beautiful home that would look terrific somewhere in South Carolina. Doesn't fit at all. It's really nice, but it's really out of character. We did have something in the 2040 master plan about keeping in character with neighborhoods. So I think the best way I would say is I would encourage your clients to think about that very hard, and I'm sure they can come up with something that will look fantastic. But please think about that because it's on the front of our minds, and it's going to be looked at closer. Thank you.
Quick question?
Yes.
And maybe you don't know the answer to this, and if that's the case, fair enough. Are they planning on putting driveways on one street, or is it going to be it's a corner lot? I'm looking at Google Earth right now.
I don't know the answer to that question. I think that they're going to be on Norfolk, not on, not on Wakefield.
On Wakefield?
Right.
Okay, all right. And do you know if there's any plans for the houses?
There are no plans at this point.
Okay.
Oh, to that, does that mean the address will be Norfolk or Wakefield?
Both are on Northwalk.
I'm just thinking about, aren't these unimproved?
Looks like it.
That's why I'm asking, because think about what comes with unimproved. Which one's the side, which one's the front? Which one's got the longest footage?
Any other commissioner questions? Commissioner Emery?
To Mr. Higgs' question, I don't think that's up to us to decide.
No, it's just, it's something for them to think about.
To be quite honest. I
Just think
understand
about
what
it.
you're saying, but like that's, has nothing to do with us. That's up to the
But they
city
might
and
want
the
to look
county
at it and
determine addresses and.
just think about it.
Any other commission questions?
Comments?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I do have a comment that's maybe unrelated to this particular parcel of land, but I do think that something needs to be done about consideration of the character of the neighborhood where houses are being built. On the street where my mom lives, which has beautiful character, it's being, I don't want to use the word ruined because everyone has their own sense of design aesthetic, so I don't want to say that, but when you put homes that don't fit what goes on with the homes around them, it does feel like a bully in the neighborhood, sort of, so to speak. So I don't know how we can even have any purview over this, but I do think to some extent where we can help to navigate keeping within the character of the neighborhood without violating any property rights, because that is obviously an important thing to consider. Situations like this, where you take one lot and you make it two, sort of begs the question of, these are happening in isolation in front of us, but they're happening all over town, in different ways. So people who have double lots and then build two homes or whatever it might be. So I'm seeing this happen. This may not happen in this particular case, but I think it just begs the question, so.
Commissioner Emery?
The only thing before us tonight is a land division, correct?
Yes.
Not character, well, I think these are all important. It's really not pertinent to what we're discussing tonight, to be quite honest with you. As unfortunate as that may sound, this is a land division. That's it. Nick, do these lots meet current zoning ordinance in terms of setbacks after the 3.5 foot is shifted, and they meet zoning ordinance, they meet all the requirements, correct?
Yes, with the exception of the 3.5 foot shift. to the
Yeah, so
north.
after that's done, then they'll meet it. So what everyone's talking about tonight is really a 2040 master plan item, not a land division here. So while I appreciate what everyone's saying, and I agree with everything that everybody said, it's really not a topic of discussion for this land division. This land division is a land division. That's it.
But it's precipitated thought, which is what we do. We have to plan future policy. So it's like one of the earlier ones. We didn't oppose the action. What we were thinking about was the bigger picture and the implications of that, and that's how I see this. I understand what they've said. They've agreed to the requested change. They meet all the requirements as written, but we also have, as Commissioner Schaefer put it, a responsibility to the environment around each location, that we don't just look at it as a point in isolation and say, if A, then B. It's not a mathematical equation. You and I are both engineers. We're very familiar with mathematical equations, but it's not a mathematical equation. It has an intangible to it, and that's where Commissioner Schaefer was coming from, is how do we keep the harmonization of neighborhoods, which is in the 2040 plan. This is a trigger conversation. It's not a conversation about the subject. That's all this is.
It's a pretty long discussion for something that's not on the agenda. That's my point.
Okay.
Okay, so,
May I?
yes.
Okay. My colleague, who came from the planning board, the planning board operates much differently than we do. Planning board doesn't have a lot of choice. If it meets the ordinance, they have to approve it. We talk policy, and if I choose to vote against this, and I have good reason in my own head, and I believe it's in the public interest, then I'm going to be guided by my conscience and not an ordinance. Now, I have a question for the city. If we deny this tonight, and does that prohibit the property owner from coming back to us at a later date and asking for it again?
I believe what the ordinance says is that they could not come back for another year unless there's a substantial change
1
to the
year.
application.
Okay. So I think anyone here is naive if you don't think that the houses that are going to be built on those two lots are going to max out the property. They are. They're going to, I mean, you just have to assume that. Now, just do a street view and go down 4 or 5 houses, and there are 2 fairly large homes that have probably maxed out the property and have begun, the process of changing the character of this neighborhood from many.
Actually, 3.
Okay.
1777, 1863, and 1893 are all large
You're counting
food homes.
this? Or
Counting this, and this.
That one. Okay. So there are 3. And that's what we have allowed all through the city. The question is whether this is a point where 4 members of the commission decide to say, no. When we have some leverage. It's so rare that we have any leverage because, they're tearing down houses and building new big ones. And in many cases, I'm okay with it. But, if you want to exercise leverage, this is an opportunity to exercise leverage or, send a message or whatever.
I'm concerned that this was publicly noticed, and we don't have any neighbors here protesting, and we don't have any neighbors here saying, I don't like those 3 new houses that have raised my property values, that maybe contribute to some new character of the street. So,
Good point. Excellent.
And some of so it looks like there is a transition from single-story, small ranches. This one had a little bump-out addition on the side that doesn't meet anybody's standards anymore for anything. Looks like a small outdoor kitchen type of an addition.
It does meet standards because what we're all missing here is we have a conundrum in front of us with this. Yeah, okay, make as many faces as you want. We have something where we've talked about we want to have affordable housing. So I've run the maths on this sort of thing. It's really simple. There's a reason why entry new houses in Birmingham are $1.5 million, which is why people can't afford them. Do the maths on what a mortgage is on $1.5 million at today's money, even if you've got a 20% down so you don't have PMI. Figure out what that family has to bring in for income. And we're saying, well, we'd like you to come in, preferably with a family, so you can have 1 to 2 kids. Now do the maths on what it costs for daycare for those kids so you can have the income to be able to afford the house. Where we have to think about this is, in concept, I look at this and say it meets the requirements as Commissioner Emmerich said. It meets it. So when I look at it from that aspect, I see no issue with it. I understand exactly what Commissioner Ball is saying. I see where Commissioner Schaefer is saying this. But we also then have to think bigger picture policy. Do you want affordable living here, or are we just going to say, you know what, we're just going to go with this, it will change the character of neighborhoods, it's going to drive the prices up to a point where there are no new families coming because nobody can afford anything. To me, that's actually the 3rd, 4th, 5th step down the road. This is just, like I said, it's a trigger event. This, conceptually, I'm fine with it. I have no issue, but I'm looking at the whole policy that we keep on talking about other things we want. And one hand says, we're going to do this, and the other one's like, oh, did you forget about me? That's the problem.
Commissioner Haig, I understand your concern about affordable housing. I'm not sure we can solve it on the backs of this lot split.
We can't.
But
it's a conversation.
But there's also, if you deny the lot split, there's nothing to say that they couldn't knock down the house that exists and build one giant house on this piece of property that's $5 million instead of 2 at $1.2 million, which is even less affordable. Because, obviously the owners are in the position where they care to do something. Ms. Kucharik.
I'm going to offer this guidance because I understand the policy concerns and the questions that you have. And those are for perhaps questions of looking at your ordinance and deciding what you want to do with your ordinances in the future. I'm going to guide you to pay attention to what your ordinance says now and today, and whether or not this lot split meets the ordinance with the one condition. So I'm going to guide you in when you're making your decision about this split tonight, live within the guidelines of what your ordinance says tonight, and then have the concerns about policy as another conversation with potential amendments to ordinances. And then you can have a high-level conversation in that regard.
Commissioner Long?
Can I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the lot division of 1825 Norfolk into 2 parcels with the following conditions.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Commissioner, sorry to interrupt. 1829,
What did I say?
25.
I'm so sorry. I'll start again. I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the lot division of 1829 Norfolk into 2 parcels with the following condition. The applicant must shift the lot line to the north by a minimum of 3.5 feet to satisfy the requirements of Chapter 102, Article 3, Section 102-53 of the City Code of Ordinances, and provide the Planning Department with new surveys reflecting the change.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Comments on the motion? Commissioner Host.
I think we are given ordinances and bylaws that we have to enforce. This complies with the ordinance, and as such, you cannot deny it.
Any other comments? Commissioner Haig.
I second it for the reason that our attorney gave. It meets the requirements. But I also agree with what she said about use this as the event to talk about the rest of it. And that's where I agree with Commissioner Emmerich about it's a mathematical equation. The math's worked out. But there's more to it than just the equation. That's my point about this. It was my point earlier in the evening for something else. So that's why I second this.
All right. Commissioner Baller.
I'm going to support it on the condition that the minutes reflect that there was absolutely no objection
From the neighbors.
from the neighbors, from anyone, really.
All right. So we have had discussion. Is there any public comment on the motion in the room? There is no public online. Use the raise your hand function. I see none. We will bring it back. Ms. Bingham, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baller?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you,
Please
everyone.
communicate to your clients the depth of the concern.
I hope that this is not a matter of regret
Thank you.
for any of you.
Us too.
Thank you.
All right. We now have a public hearing for the confirmation of SAD roll for 915 Wimbledon Phase 1 project paving. I'm going to open the public hearing at 9:26 p.m. Before Mr. Katz makes his presentation, Ms. Kucharik, is it appropriate for Ms. Ecker to just discuss the reason for this new confirmation of the SAD and the motion that was made by the commission on May 5th?
Certain.
Thank you.
Okay, I will do that. As you recall, back on May 5th, there was some discussion. There was a public hearing set for the confirmation of the roll. There were a lot of residents in this area that came out and successfully, I would say, given by your actions, made the point that the 85-15% split that we usually do for special assessment districts for paving may not be
front footage?
For front footage only, right? The 85-15 only applies to the front. It does not apply to the other sides. But that particular proportion in this case was not proportional because it was a major road in a residential area that was unimproved. And if you recall, there was a motion crafted at the table during the meeting that said that in the areas where the 85-15 split was, that was not proportional and it should be reflected and changed to a 50-50 split. So what I want to say is that does not mean, because we've had some questions about this, that the number that they were estimated to be assessed the last time we had a confirmation of the hearing gets divided in half. Does not mean that, because every lot is different in the area, right? Some have a front, some are on a corner, some have a front, side. There's even one that gets assessed on 3 sides, okay? And those assessment percentages are different depending on the side. What the commission's motion was that the 85-15 for the front was not proportional and changed the 85-15 to 50-50. So the numbers that you see reflected in the tables that were in the agenda packet today are not half off what we talked about last meeting, they're changing the 85-15 rule where it applied to 50-50. So if you had a side edge, you were already at a 25%. It was like a 25% paid by the resident, 75 by the commission or the city. We didn't go ahead and change the 50-50 and increase their assessment for the side from 25 to 50%. That was not the discussion. The discussion was the 85-15 was not proportional. So if you want any further information on how these are calculated, there are some, as you see, because they're corner lots, that they have two different sides. And so there's a side and a front, and then there's the one that has a side, a rear, and a front. So that's how those numbers were calculated. Anything that the 85-15 applied to was changed to 50-50. Anything that the 25% applied to was left at 25, was not raised to 50.
Thank you.
Yeah, really, thank you, because two of those owners, one of them being Rita Rossi, who's online, that would be her primary question. So
Yeah, and I
thank you
think
for
it gets-
answering that.
Yeah, and it gets confusing because when you look at how the calculations are made, there's spreadsheets on it all, and we weren't trying to increase somebody's, if they were only paying 25%, we weren't increasing that to 50, we were simply adjusting the 85-15 in accordance with the direction of the commission on May the 5th. So some people's will go up and down depending on how much front footage they have.
Right, and the people who have only front footage went from 85% of the total project cost to 50% of the total project cost. Not, as some people have assumed, it's not 50% of what they were previously going to be assessed.
Right, that's not how the math
It is 50% of the project instead of 85% of the project.
Only for
For the
those
front
frontages that
footage.
apply, that the 85-15 applies to.
Right, and the 25-75 side lot assessments were not changed.
Correct, because we did not increase those to 50%, no.
Right. All right, so with that, Mr. Katz, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Long and Commissioners. I'm Ryan Katz, Deputy Treasurer. Tonight, we recommend the adoption of the resolution before you confirming Special Assessment District Roll Number 915, Wimbledon Phase 1 paving, defraying the cost over a 10-year period at an interest rate of 8.5%. The hearing of necessity was approved on April 21st, and on May 5th, the 85-15 split that was presented was considered not proportional, and a new roll has been presented with a 50-50 split.
All right, so we are here with this public hearing, which we have opened, and Mr. Katz has made his presentation. As staff, there is no applicant presentation because there is no applicant other than the city, and Mr. Katz is representing the city. So are there any questions or comments from the public for Mr. Katz or for Ms. Ecker on the confirmation of the roll? If you're in the room, you can come to the microphone. If you're online, you can use the raise your hand function if you have questions for Mr. Katz.
I guess not.
I see none. I see none in the room. I see none online, so I'm going to close the public hearing at 9:32 p.m. Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Katz or Ms. Ecker? Seeing none, would someone like to make the motion?
I'll make the motion. I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution confirming Special Assessment Roll 915 as follows. Whereas Chapter 4 of the City of Birmingham Code of Ordinances authorizes the City Commission to determine that the whole or any part of the cost of any improvement within the city be defrayed by special assessment upon the properties specially benefited. And whereas the City of Birmingham is proceeding with the proposed improvement described below and has established a special assessment district to defray all or a portion of the costs of such improvement by special assessment against the benefited properties. And whereas the City Commission, after public hearing, has determined that paving Wimbledon Drive from Woodward Avenue to Oxford Road, Abbey Street from Wimbledon South to the dead end, and Twin Oaks from Wimbledon North to the dead end is a necessity and is in the best interest of the residents of the city and will specifically benefit the properties included in the special assessment district. Whereas the city's consulting engineers have prepared the report required by Chapter 94 of the City of Birmingham Code of Ordinances to assist the City Commission in determining the advisability of constructing the project and paying for all or a portion of same by creation of a special assessment district and the levying of special assessments against the benefited properties, and said report has been filed with the city clerk. And whereas the project is designed and intended to specifically benefit all the properties in the proposed special assessment district by improving the infrastructure and roads described in this resolution, thereby allowing said property owners better and safer access and travel on said roads, preserving and increasing property values, and protecting said property owners and their invitees' vehicles, among other things, and by improving the water and sanitary sewer services. Whereas pursuant to Chapter 94 of the City of Birmingham Code of Ordinances, the City Commission on April 21st, 2025, held the required public hearing on necessity consistent with the required notice, and following said public hearing, the City Commission determined that the project was necessary and decided to proceed with the project and the establishment of a special assessment district, and scheduled the public hearing on confirmation of the special assessment roll for May 5th, 2025. Whereas on May 5th, 2025, at the City Commission meeting, wherein the City Commission, hearing all objections to the assessment roll and conducting the public hearing, determined that the City Commission did not find the assessment of the 85-15% split was in proportion to the benefits received to parcels in Phase 1 of Wimbledon Paving Special Assessment District, as the City Commission confirmed that Wimbledon is a major road in a residential area that is unimproved, and that the City Commission determined that the 85-15% split was not proportional in this particular limited circumstance, and resolved that the special assessment roll number 915 be annulled, and directed that a new roll be prepared following the same procedures applicable to the making of the original roll, and directing a 50-50% cost split. And whereas, in accordance with the direction of the City Commission, the City Assessor has prepared the special assessment roll, allocating the special assessments to the properties within the special assessment district according to the law and the directions of the City Commission, and the City Assessor has filed such roll with the City Clerk. And whereas on June 23rd, 2025, public hearing on the possible confirmation of the special assessment roll was set and duly noticed according to law for purposes of hearing objections with respect to the special assessment roll. And whereas on June 23rd, 2025, the public hearing was conducted by the City Commission in accordance with the notice, and whereas the special assessment roll designated roll number 915 has been heretofore prepared for collection, whereas notice was given pursuant to Section 94-7 of the City Code to each owner or party in interest of property to be assessed, and whereas the City Commission has determined it practicable to cause payment of the cost thereof to be made after the time of construction, and whereas the Commission Resolution 05-1H6-25-5H provided it would meet this 23rd day of June 2025 for the sole purpose of reviewing the assessment roll, and whereas said hearing was held on June 23rd, 2025, all those property owners or their representatives present have been given an opportunity to be heard, specifically concerning the cost of hearing and said assessment roll. Therefore, be it resolved as follows, that special assessment roll 915 in all things ratified and confirmed, and that the city clerk be and is hereby instructed to endorse said roll, showing the date of the confirmation thereof, and to certify said assessment roll to the city treasurer for collection at or near the time of construction of the improvement or upon completion. 2, the City of Birmingham has determined that it is satisfied with the special assessment roll, that the proposed assessments are in proportion to the benefits received or to be received as a result of the project, and that it would be appropriate to approve and confirm the special assessment roll and proceed with the project. 3, special assessment roll number 915 in the amount of $131,381.90 shall be and is hereby adopted and confirmed. Number 4, the city clerk is directed to endorse and certify on the special assessment roll the date of this confirmation, which shall be final and conclusive for the purpose of the project, unless the special assessment is properly contested in the Michigan Tax Tribunal within the time and manner provided for by ordinance and state law. Be it further resolved, 1, the special assessment shall be payable in 10 payments provided by Chapter 94 of the Code of the City of Birmingham, with an annual interest rate of 8.5% on all unpaid balances. 2, the special assessment roll designated number roll 915 has been heretofore prepared for collection. 3, notice was given pursuant to Section 94-7 of the City Code to each owner or party in interest of the property to be assessed. 4, the Commission has deemed it practicable to cause payment of the cost thereof to be made after the time of construction. 5, the Commission Resolution 05-186-25-5H provided it would meet on this 23rd day of June 2025 for the sole purpose of reviewing of the assessment roll. At said hearing held this June 23rd, 2025, all the property owners or their representatives present have been given an opportunity to be heard, specifically concerning costs appearing in special assessment roll. And I include in the motion the Sidwell number, street address, and estimated total paving SAD costs set forth on page 5 of 8C of tonight's agenda.
Thank you.
That was a mouthful. Good job.
That number for 341 Wimbledon. Got it. Thank you.
All right, are you satisfied with this motion, Ms. Kuchar?
Yes, there has to be a second.
Yes. Do we have a second?
He needs to read it over again.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comment at the commission level on the motion?
Shouldn't it be the public first?
Yes, you are correct. We already asked for public, but yes, any comments from the public on the motion? In the room or online?
Rita Rossi.
I don't see a hand up.
I don't see her online anymore.
Oh, she still is. She's online, but there's no hand up. So if you're online and you'd like to make a comment, you can use the raise your hand function and we will call on you. I see none, so I'll bring it back to the commission. Any comments on the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
First off, I'm going to be voting for this as Commissioner Anthony Long read. But while it does take a baby step forward toward a better approach to homeowner funding of road improvements, I would like us to consider 4 important customer-friendly policy changes as we go forward. Point 1, the 50-50 payment split was approved in this case because Wimbledon's major road designation is going in the right direction. I personally believe that public roads benefit everyone. In fact, that's why they're called public roads. It should be the city's obligation to improve and maintain them. Point 2, homeowners should have more than 10 years to pay off these assessments. Neighboring communities allow 15 years, and we should consider a 20-year term. These crushing road improvement assessments can force out our young people as well as our old people from their homes. Point 3, it would be very helpful if we tied the assessment obligation to the property, not to the current homeowner. The obligation should be transferable at sale to a new owner, as it is in many other cities. Point 4, our policy of setting the interest rate at prime +1 should be revisited. Why? Because these loans are made to our residents by our residents. We should not be charging ourselves a 100-point basis handling fee for a loan we're giving ourselves. As I said, I will vote for this, but we urgently need to develop a template or a framework to deal with all of these road improvements, 25 miles plus and beyond. Approaching each project as a one-off, like we've been doing, with the homeowners not understanding their options and costs, is not a solution. This should be our highest priority. Baby steps are not enough.
Any other commissioner comments?
I just wanted to make one clarification. I don't disagree with Commissioner Host in certain aspects, but he used the word major road designation versus public road. They're all public roads. This one was particularly a public road, plus it was designated as a major road, which was part of the analysis. I just want to make sure that record's clear. I think that's what you meant to say.
Ms. Ecker.
And I just want to clarify, Commissioner Host mentioned the assessment goes against the person, not the property. It does not. It goes against the property, the Sidwell number and the property address. So it is on title to the property.
But when it's a lien, and when the property transfers, the lien must be paid off.
But the current homeowner can negotiate that into any sales deal if they would like. It goes with the property, not the owner at the time.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Ecker. So with no other commissioner comments, Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long,
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine,
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Thank you. We move to new business D, resolution to award the Wimbledon Phase 1 project contract to Eminent Excavating LLC. Ms. Coda.
Good evening. Bring forward to you for approval would be awarding Wimbledon Phase 1 project to Eminent Excavating. With this and some of the background of it, we received bids. We received 3 bids from 3 contractors, middle of March timeframe, and the lowest bidder was Eminent Excavating at $4,363,559.50. With the April 7th meeting and the concurrent meetings afterwards, we got a revised bids from the 3 lowest bidders, the 3 bidders on the project. And with that and some value engineering, the total cost of Eminent's bid is $3,644,249.50. So with this, engineering department is recommending award to Eminent Excavating for this project. And with this, it's funded by 4 accounts. The sidewalk gap closure, because we're installing sidewalk where none exist, from Woodward East to the existing sidewalk, both on the north and the south side of Wimbledon. The major street fund, sewer fund, and water fund. We do need 2 budget amendments, one for the sewer fund and one for the water fund for the bids that came in. And I'm available for any additional questions that the commission may have.
Commissioner Host.
Melissa, 2 of the homeowners talked to me today, and they weren't sure that they were noticed correctly for the amount of money that's, being given to their properties. I suggested that they call you tomorrow to get the footage and the amount of money. But can you verify that each homeowner got an explanation of every dollar that is in this?
There's no notification.
There's no
requirement
notification for awarding this
contract
contract, Commissioner Host.
award. No, there's none.
I think he's still on the last item.
I am. Forgive me.
And they don't notice that either.
The clerk has her hand
They
raised.
did notice for the,
There was a fresh mailing of postcards for this public hearing date because the public hearings are what we notice for. So everybody got a brand-new postcard that was in that special assessment district about today's meeting.
For the last item, not for the awarding
yes,
of the contract.
for the confirmation of the roll was noticed.
Thank you.
But I'm sorry, but like this woman who came in and wanted to know her number, that's what he's talking about. We don't reach out to residents and say, this is how much your special assessment will be. They have to look at this or wait for the bill to come or calculate it themselves.
Jan, if I may, with that, we usually hold a residential meeting for this project. We did hold it back in end of March, beginning of April. So they were notified of the cost of the initial cost back in that time frame when it was Cape Seal with concrete curbs. With that, we provided information for the upcoming construction. But with that, we necessarily didn't hold a second meeting with the residents to let them know what their updated
The reduced cost.
Cape Seal cost is.
I think many of them were actually here at the last city commission meeting, however.
And the fact that they're not here tonight speaks.
Right. All right, so any other questions from Ms. Coda? Commissioner Haig?
Just for me, please, when we look at the crossed-out bid, I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. So total base bid, sewer, water main, paving, general pay items was 39,88150.50. Is that a true A to B with the total base bid that we're awarding of 36,442.49.50? Because I tried to line item, and what I really got out of it was the 3.9 million number was basically exactly the same, except with concrete curbs. not including the spillway and what have you that was discussed, that was added work. So base to base, the difference between curbs and no curbs, do I read it right that it's only 340,000 was the difference?
With approximately during that time frame, but also with that too, going out from the city attorney's recommendation, some of the stuff that were lump sum items for like mobilization, traffic control, just because they might be spending less time installing concrete curbs, those were also evaluated by the 3 low bidders on this project when providing updated quotes, not installing concrete curb with the Cape Seal.
Okay, but the bottom line is it was about 340,000 difference for the difference between curbs and no curbs.
Approximately, yes.
Rounding, it's about that. That's unfortunate because that's why I was actually holding out. I held out for a no when we bid on this because I was hoping to get curbs, and if I think it had been clear it was 340, which is not even 10% difference. We may have had some support from the residents for it, but I guess that ship sailed.
Commissioner Long.
Actually, there's more to it than that, because the whole thing started with regard to Commissioner Baller saying there's only about $130,000 at play with regard to the Cape Seal if we went 50-50, and that the city, could manage that 130 or 140, whatever that number was. It didn't include throwing curbs in there, which would be half of 340, which would be a $400,000 hit to the city, not 130 or 140. So while the offer was there, the offer just can't be magically extended now to throwing curbs. That was one concern, because that would be a $400,000 approximate hit, give or take, if we threw curbs. And the other thing was that we'd have to throw everything out, rescind everything, and start completely over again because of where we found ourselves with regard to the last vote and the prior approvals. So there's a lot of tentacles involved that prohibited us from doing that at that point. It's not just easy to say, well, I wish they would have gotten the option to do curbs, because there's a cost to the city on a 50-50 split that was not contemplated.
Other comments? Commissioner Baller.
So I think I get eliminating alternate number 1, the Rouge River storm outfall improvements. And I'm not sure I understand, but I'm willing to go home not understanding the several segments of storm sewer that can be installed in the future. What I am curious about is the passing reference to value engineering and what we're value engineering and how much we're saving.
So with that, we went back to our engineering consultant, realizing we're over budget on water and sewer itself, of what potentially value engineering items we could do. With that, they look at a scale of different things that could essentially be either A, eliminated at this time because it could be built in the future, or B, with this, you've got a few of the intersections where it's phased at, so could you potentially shift the phasing limits just slightly? And knowing that you have to extend utilities either further north or further east of here. So with that, the value engineering items, not taking alternate 1 in consideration, was around $80,000 to be able to try to save towards the existing water and sewer fund. But some of those costs will be, or some of those utilities will be built in future phases in this subdivision of when either Littleton Phase 2 gets constructed next year or further north on Abbey itself.
So the value engineering was to reduce the length of some of the pipes?
For instance, value engineering, what it means is we bid it out and it was a certain amount of money, we were over budget. What can we realistically cut out to get it back within budget or close to? So maybe you might look at, if there was a 2-inch gravel base, could you go to 1 inch? Does that make sense?
That's my question. What did we do to save the $80,000?
Change the project limits.
A
little bit.
Okay.
We took out some of the things that we were doing as part of the intersection and put it for a future phase. So I think that's what she was trying to say.
Didn't reduce the quality of the work.
We did not reduce the quality of the work, correct.
Thank you. I
That's
should have
not
been more
value engineering.
specific.
I'm sorry, but that's not value engineering. That's scope redefinition. Value engineering is where you take a cost and the cost is changed for the same amount of work or an alternative of the same amount of quality.
Fair.
That's value engineering. No, no.
Okay, well, whatever. We understand now.
Any other comments? All right, well, we have a momentary delay while we Ms. Bingham back to do a roll call vote.
There hasn't been a
There
motion
hasn't been a
yet.
motion.
Oh, that's true. There's comments, so then no delay. Would anyone like to make the motion?
Well, I did the last one, I'll do this one too.
Just as long as you don't hear it so much this time.
I'm going to do, if that's okay, Mr. Turk, I'm going to do the first part, and then I'm going to do the fund account, whatever, and refer to the page numbers. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution to award the Wimbledon Phase 1 project contract number 7-24, paren P, N paren, to Eminent Excavating LLC in the amount of $3,644,249.50, plus a 10% construction contingency for a total of $4,008,674.45. In addition, to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city, contingent upon the execution of the agreement and meeting all the insurance and bond requirements by Eminent Excavating LLC. Funding for this project has been budgeted in the following accounts, which the fund number, fund ID, project award, 10% contingencies, and total amounts are set forth on page 3 of 8D of today's packet. And to approve the appropriation and amendment of the budget as follows. The sewer fund and the water fund revenues and expenditures also set forth on pages 3 and 4 of 8D of the packet.
All right, motion by Commissioner Long. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Host. Any comments on the motion at the commission? Any comments on the motion from the public in the room or online using the raise your hand function? I see none, so we'll bring it back for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Anthony Law,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Emerine,
Yes.
Commissioner Katie Schaefer,
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Coda. All right, now we move to new business E, resolution to approve the playground layout design for Pump House Park and the purchase and installation of that equipment, and to approve the playground layout design for West Lincoln Well and Park and the purchase of the equipment and installation, and to affirm maintaining the name Pump House Park and adopting a resolution to approve a name change for West Lincoln Well and Park to West Lincoln Park. And we have Mr. Scott Zelinski, DPS Director.
Good evening. As all you recall, the original reason that Pump House and West Lincoln well were brought up this fiscal year was due to the delay caused by us accepting the $400,000 for the MDNR trust grant. And we pulled up from fiscal year 27 Pump House Park and West Lincoln Well to make playground improvements, because that was a request of the commission for us to move forward with doing other playground improvements, since we couldn't do work for this right now. Since then, the commission awarded back in March the Playground Services Award to Ventura, who helped be our designer for this and sort through with the residents items that they wanted to have in these parks. In April, we held 2 different planning sessions, one for each playground, and got some input from association presidents that were in the area. And then in May, we did another public input session for both parks while discussing both parks, where we made sure we leafleted like the entire area that was affected for the parks areas. And we got a lot of input at that time towards specific things like colors and what they liked for the image of these different types of playground equipment. And then we also still did, later in May, engage Birmingham Survey so that other residents who didn't have the opportunity to come to the events could speak towards what they thought would be great for the equipment in these areas. And then in June, the Parks and Rec Board, we brought the items back again to them for like kind of final comments, final tweaks that we could make before bringing it to you guys, where we got some really good input and where we actually made a few changes before bringing it to you guys. And we talked to them about the naming of the parks. That was also brought up during our different meetings with the different groups as well. So there was some interesting feedback. I mean, for the most part, it's items you expect kids to, people to want for kids, giving them chances to climb, swing, etc. The one that we found amusement with, we actually saw an equal amount on this, the survey of no sandbox at Lincoln Well and keep the sandbox at Lincoln Well. So it was interesting, but because of the number of responses, we included both because it was something we had to consider how to work with. Both places talked about wanting to make sure that we were providing equipment for 2 to 5 year olds and 5 to 12 year olds. Some people felt like certain equipment wasn't necessary at both parks, but it depended on what demographic you talked to. People who had kids who have aged out of certain amounts of equipment didn't really want that age equipment. And then you had grandparents that were pushing for having the 2 to 5 year old equipment available because they have their grandkids over. They want them to have stuff to play on. Overall, for the most part, it's a lot of what we expected, but we were real happy to get real direct comments from people who their kids actively are using it or their grandkids are actively using it. So we felt we got really good feedback before we moved forward on anything. So a little bit about Pump House Park. It's along an unimproved road. There's a huge gap between the northern structure and the southern two structures. And that's caused by if anyone's familiar with the area, there's a power line that runs right through the middle of our park. So that in design consideration was something that they had to work around because we can't really move any equipment closer to it. Additionally, we have, some struggles with one of our goals from our long-range plan for the park system as a whole is to improve accessibility. Not having sidewalks in this area makes it very difficult for us to improve accessibility to the actual playground structures themselves. It's a complication of the area. But we did work to try to build this in a way that we could come back with additional, adding in sidewalks after the fact or adding in different design elements that make it more accessible after the fact if this road were to ever get improved and we get a sidewalk in the area. Parking's the other issue in this area. There's no public parking in this general area, so if you're parking on the edge of the road, no sidewalk, and it was a complication. So with that, they continued to keep the 2 sections of Pump House Park. They split them off more. What you see here, these rings that are going around, is a concrete barrier, basically about 1.5 to 2 feet wide. And that's designed so that they can have an inset, so the chips aren't wandering away as much. They still do wander, but they're a little more controlled. It also provides an easy spot to stand right next to the edge when you're monitoring your kids. And we kept the 5 to 12 year old stuff in one area, had the 2 to 5 year old stuff, and then we had the swings, which kind of have combined elements that anyone can use. So here's some renderings of the items that were kind of picked on. A lot of the feedback we got when we were doing both Pump House and the Lincoln site, was they didn't like bright, flashy colors. They wanted it to be subtle. There was even jokes by the residents thrown out there of, we're fine with just doing everything in Birmingham green. And everybody knows that's a dark green, so it blends in with, the trees and items such as that. So we took that into account, and although we added a little color because kids do enjoy those brighter colors, we respected the requests of the neighborhoods by keeping it generally dark. Some of the different elements that we have in here, as I'm showing you some different sides, this little playhouse here is meant for the 2 to 5 year olds. It has like visual cues and stuff that's meant to make it more of an experience for them. The size of this house here, as described by our playground rep, is it's designed in a way that, like, if an adult comes up to check on their kid, they can pretty much, like, someone who's in the range of 5'10" can reach easily fully into there if they had to, like, pull their kid out for some reason. Because that was a concern that came up, is how can a kid hide in there? How do you get your kid out if there's an issue? So we're addressing that. Additionally, we're adding in benches in both these areas for people to be able to be near here. Now, what you don't see in here, because it's a rendering, is there's actually a lot of tree cover in this area. So in the heat of the summer, there is a lot of shade to this area. So that's why these elements, although they have the little spires coming up, don't have any like shade pieces to them, because we didn't think it was necessary given the area. So here's just kind of more of a close-up of the 5 to 12-year-old structure. They've got areas where, kids can get in on these different levels and work their way up through. It's meant to have a lot of fun climbing elements, that sort of thing. Like I said before, with these concrete rims and stuff, this does set us up in a position for, say we get the sidewalk in future years, we can come in and put in accessible pathways that are more accessible than wood chips. Wood chips meet the ADA requirement. It's the minimum requirement for accessibility, but it's noted that when you have kids in wheelchairs or if they're on crutches, it's not necessarily the easiest to maneuver in. You can technically do it, but it's not that easy. So we've been looking, and you'll see it in the Lincoln site, to add elements to make it way easier for those to get to those areas. So big features here, big slide, kids love slides, and the ropes courses, bouncy areas. There's spots kids can get in here, get a little extra shade from this overhead feature, and like hang out is kind of the idea. Then over at the 2 to 5-year-old section, like we said, this is high color element is supposed to be here because it's audio visual for the 2 to 5-year-olds. And then the swings, there's adult more size swings, or large teen can still swing here. But then we have different, the bucket seat for the children, for the little children and stuff. It's meant to cover all ages in the swing area. And just a few more shots of different angles. As close up as you see the little artsy pieces for the kids. So I'm going to kind of speed through this because it's kind of late, but you guys can look through it more later. It basically, we went through all the different survey items, but as far as Pump House Park went, most of the people that replied, they said no. And some of the comments we got from like the resident association is they voted on that name a while back, and they're like, we don't want it changed. We think it's appropriate. We like the tradition of it, that sort of thing. And that was a huge push on why Pump House Park should stay Pump House Park, is the local people, for the most part, want it to stay as is. And so that was our recommendation that you see later in the report. West Lincoln Well and Park is a little bit bigger. We got a lot more accessibility naturally. Additionally, we have another project we're planning to do later this year to continue improving the accessibility to this playground area. That was an item that our Parks Board was very concerned about. They wanted to know, how are you making this more accessible, especially because we weren't trying as hard with the Pump House project to provide that accessibility within the playground structures. How could we do it here? And we made it clear to them that one of our goals was to make it internally accessible, and in our future projects that we have coming, we're adding more sidewalk, we're making some adjustments to the parking area, that sort of thing, so that accessibility becomes a real thing to this neighborhood playground. So in here, this green that they show in here, it's not necessarily going to be green, but this is meant to be. This is one of the big takeaways we had from the final meeting with the Parks Board, is originally they had, for all these structures, they were turned out so that anyone could come up to the edge of the different structures and have an accessible path to the structure. But then we realized we wanted to make it more inclusive so everybody could work the area. And by rotating all the structures basically 180 and pointing them in essence, we were able to combine the path across and get most bang for a buck on this, where a kid can go easily from structure to structure to structure without having to work their way around the outside. And so we felt we did a really good job assisting with the request for accessibility by doing that feature. We did end up saying we should keep the box. Now, any playground manufacturer will tell you that technically sandboxes are discouraged. And the reason why they're discouraged is, well, what currently happens at our Lincoln site is toys get left there. Toys become hazards for other children should they fall on them, that sort of thing. But we recognize that the neighborhood really wants this, and it's a feature that's existed. So we're working with it, and we're keeping it in. We're adding a shade element for that because the difference with the Lincoln site is there's not as much trees over the top to provide as much shade. And that's why we have all these other shade elements on all these features. Similarly, they like the same colors that we were putting in at the Pump House Park. There was a big push for when they did their initial meeting and when they came in for the both groups being shown at the same time. There was a huge push for, we like the greens, we like browns. If you're going to add color, keep it light, keep it simple, and that's why you're seeing similar colors being shown here. So here you have, this can be used. This is what they call a fully accessible swing for, if there's a kid in a wheelchair, they can pull up right next to it, they can get right into it, lay down. Additionally, multiple people can use this swing at the same time. And then these, although it shows just traditional like belt seats, we can swap out and put in the baby bucket seat and other seats in these areas. We have this joint element for kids to come up and easily a kid from a wheelchair can transfer into this spinning section here. Again, you see big swings and other like fun elements within these larger structures. You kind of tell just from glancing at it a little bit, like this is the complicated structure that's intended for the 5 to 12-year-olds. This section here is intended for the 2 to 5-year-olds, but we are providing transfer and accessible options to each item, so as a kid grows up, they can still use other parts of the park on playground equipment. So here's the overview and what we were talking about on adding additional sidewalk and access and upgrading the parking. This is part of the future items. This isn't part of tonight, but we just wanted to show you what we're looking at trying to modify out there to make this an even better experience for everyone. And then the big question on Lincoln Well was, should it be renamed? Kind of got closer to 50-50 on this, but we recognize, and the Parks Board recognized, that it's not a well site really anymore. And so that's where the recommendation more came from of changing it to just be the West Lincoln Park, I believe is our final, West Lincoln Park. So that's why we have that recommendation in there. So, like big part is, you notice I was pointing out the whole time, inclusivity is the biggest thing we're trying to improve in our parks, or set ourselves up to have success later when we have the opportunity to get that sort of thing. We want to have variety of equipment as best we can. We want walking paths. We want increased parking. Some things are in our power to set up right now and have. Other things we can't given the situation because of how the roads are currently. We have drinking fountains out at the West Lincoln site. I can't remember off the top of my head, unfortunately, for the other site. Restrooms, that's a future thing. That's not part of our scope currently for these. So continuing to put in recycling options and that sort of thing is part of more of the general park development. These options are, we're looking at, every sustainable option, right? And it's, can we eliminate wood chips? Is it environmentally friendly to put in the rubber pads? And, there's back and forth debate, and even within the industry as to what's the best surface to provide that lasts the longest. Turf and rubber surfacing have similar lives. In some situations, turf makes more sense than the rubber surface. It all is kind of location specific dependent and what's your given skill set in the area. Like, we have the ability to replace portions when you get blowouts in the rubber mat, and that's why we tend to lean towards rubber mat here in the city, because we have experience with that. Turf, we tend to need a consultant to come in because we don't have anybody with experience with it, at least not in a level that I would feel we're giving our residents the best product if we're trying to fix a turf. So that's why we push that way. Anything that we do with this, we always are looking at how will we be able to work in trees in the future, where can we put in a rain garden, that sort of thing. And so like those items will be coming with those initial plans that we have for the additional development, but this was more specifically about the park equipment for the playground equipment at this time.
Thank you. That was excellent. And I did watch the Parks and Rec board meeting and listen to the public comment and review the surveys, and I think you did a great job of capturing the concerns. Are there any questions for Scott? Commissioner Bauer.
Questions and comments, might as well roll them all into one. On the pump house, what are I don't know what to call them.
The steer horns? Because that's what they think we think of.
Yeah, what are those?
They're called spires. It's just meant to give a fun visual element to it.
Okay.
It was funny because that was one of the discussion points at the combined joint thing. Of some people didn't get it, some people did. Kids seem to like funny shapes, right? And it's
I'll just make a comment.
Yeah.
They'd be a lot funnier if they were brightly colored. And I disagree. It's just me and my opinion. I think Birmingham green in a playground is boring and ugly. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry that some people don't like brightly colored play structures, but kids do. Mm-hmm. And that's why the consultant suggested they should be brightly colored. Now, you could compromise a little bit and say that structural things like posts and things like that might be Birmingham green, but the things that the kids interact with, like a slide or a swing or anything the kid interacts with, ought to be attractive to a kid. And this is scary to me. You might as well paint it black. Somebody actually suggesting that you make play equipment brown, to me, is not in tune with children, and they're much more in tune with what they and I wonder if any kids participated in this survey. So that's my opinion on that. As far as if you have any garbage cans or benches, I hope you separate them. I dislike seeing garbage cans placed right next to a bench. I hope that the signage, if any, follows the wayfinding standards. And as far as the name, the name, I think Pump House Park is great because it refers to what it maybe once was. And I think Lincoln Well is good, and it ought to stay because that's what it was. And if one kid asks Mommy, what does Lincoln Well mean? That's great because the kid's going to learn from it what a well is and that we used to have wells. And maybe we ought to have a marker or a sign that's written so that a second grader can understand it, explaining why it's called Lincoln Well Site and what a well is. And that brings to mind, and this is my last comment, that as much as possible, we should incorporate some educational stuff into these playgrounds and parks so that if we do some of the sustainability stuff, much like we do at Martha Baldwin Park, we explain what we're doing. We tell them what a rain garden or a swale or whatever the heck you put in there, in words that a fourth grader can understand, what is this thing? And they're going to remember it for the rest of their life.
Commissioner Long?
I agree in part and disagree in part with the colors. My kids are now 18 and 22, and they lived in Birmingham their entire life, and they never met a playground that they didn't run to as soon as they were able to, from the stroller, bicycle, car, you name it. They were all bright. I would agree with the color comment with regard to Lincoln Park, but not Pump House Park. It is in a neighborhood across the street from houses, right next door to houses, whereas the other one's a little bit more separated. And I kind of laughed that the house that we talked about today about splitting the lot is across the street from Pump House Park. And brightly colored playground equipment may not be desired by the homeowners in the area in that particular application, whereas in the Lincoln one, maybe color could be more attractive to kids. I think it was really well done. Nice job.
Commissioner Hay?
I'm sort of on the same page as Commissioner Baller as far as the colors go. I think colors for playgrounds are appropriate. To make it camouflage just because it blends in, no, doesn't work for me. The steer horns or whatever they're called, honestly, I have concerns about them because I know which one of my two kids will look at it and just go, challenge accepted.
That's right. Very true.
And absolutely, yeah, I mean, I can see Doctor smiling over there. He will.
Ninjas.
He will, and if he will, others will. So that worries me. At least when you've got something up on the top, it actually looks like an awning as opposed to a climbing pole. So maybe a little bit more thought onto that particular aspect of it might be beneficial for everybody. But other than that, I agree with why take the names away? It's erasing a part of the history of where they came from.
So
we have a big point about that.
If you looked at the survey, the respondent said, why change the name? We call it Lincoln Park now. So nobody's using Lincoln Well now. They're using Lincoln Park now.
But is the official name of it Lincoln Well Park or Lincoln Well? Honestly, I missed that point. Is it?
No, in the Engage Birmingham survey, when they asked about renaming it, most of the people who said no said, we already call it Lincoln Park. So no, we don't want to change that.
It doesn't say Lincoln Well on the slide? I don't know if this is, the word
It says
well.
West
is
Lincoln
included.
Well and Park renaming
Right.
results right there. So that's what I'm saying. Is
Right.
is the official name?
Right, is the official name, but I'm saying in the comments on the survey, people said we call it Lincoln Park.
What does the signage
I
say?
call people different names as well, but I don't
Well,
necessarily
site, I think.
repeat them.
So,
Should be in here. 'Cause they showed
But
you.
one person got that.
so,
Two.
so Scott, did the consultant talk about, obviously the consultant, Ventura, who's excellent, and gave an excellent presentation, who also, by the way, designed that completely accessible park in Plymouth, is it? Canton or Plymouth? Scarlett's? Yes, Scarlett's Park. So has great experience. If they don't have concerns about the safety of this equipment, I'm not sure that I'm going to add my concerns onto that, because this is what they do for a living, and the Parks and Rec Board discussed this for like 2 hours with parent input. So, so if you're saying you guys want to keep it as West Lincoln Well and Park instead of West Lincoln Park?
I'm just curious, I'd like clarification, maybe from Scott. In the survey, where they said 62% don't change it, it says no. The word well is in that question at the top.
The official name is West Lincoln Well and Park.
And then when you surveyed it on that slide, 62% said no, don't change it. So then the recommendation is to change it,
Which
which is from the Parks and Rec Board.
I think that people thought, change it to something entirely different other than Lincoln. You know, like, should it have a new name altogether, which is what the Pump House people, park people thought? You know, and there were many suggestions in the survey. We should call it this name or that name, or environmental park or sustainability park, or named it after people. There were many, many suggestions for something entirely different. I think that from the comment, they gathered that people wanted to just keep the name Lincoln, because we call it Lincoln already. I'm not sure that anybody was tied to the word well.
And I can clarify, like, the Parks Board was kind of like, yeah, if we're going to change it, just remove the well, is really what it was. It wasn't, the feeling wasn't, we have to change this name. It was, if we're going to change it, we follow the staff's recommendation. So.
Then don't change it. Leave it as it is. Simple.
It's beautiful. May I speak?
I have a couple comments. First of all, I just want to say, well done. No pun intended. You did a good job. Interesting hearing Commissioner Baller, Mayor Pro Tem Baller, and Commissioner Haig say the color. My kids refer to all parks by the colors of the slides.
Yes.
St. James is the purple park. Howard Park is the brown park, and Pierce Playground is the red park. It's that simple.
We had the yellow.
They don't know any of the names, but I just thought that was interesting when we're talking about colors. They go by the colors of the slides. That's the park we're going to. I personally like the colorful parks because of the kids, but I'm not adverse to what was in here. I just thought that was interesting. Also, I really like the two categories, 2 to 5 and 5 to 12. Coincidentally, I have a kid in each category, and those are important. And then I was just curious about rubber mats. I occasionally go outside the city limits. And the city of Royal Oak has a nice park on Greenfield. And 3 years ago, that rubber mat was brand new and it was wonderful. And I went there, I don't know, a month ago or something like that, and it's all beat up. So I was curious, just not for now or this discussion tonight, but I'm curious about maintenance cost on that and what it takes. And yeah, I was shocked to go back there a month ago and see it not in very good shape. So I was just curious how that means for us. We don't have to discuss it now, just something I was curious about. That's all. I don't know anything about rubber mats in parks.
No, I just have a couple comments. Agreed, well done. This was the first commission packet that my husband was interested in. So there's that. This park is my backyard, which is awesome. My kids have played there. We have a little secret door in our fence in the back where we can, go back there. So we'll personally look forward to all the updates as my kids have played there since they were toddlers and now are no longer toddlers. I love the accessibility for kids who have different abilities. So thank you for being thoughtful about that. This must be like the new thing. I was in Ferndale driving from a friend's house the other day, and Ferndale Elementary School has this similar aesthetic look, and I only noticed because they had those shade, I recognize them from far away, so there must be, I don't know, word out there. I think if we're going to use Pump House Park and leave the well in, which there seems to be maybe some suggestion that we do that, could we have one of those placards that gives some of the historical reference? You see like those little stands that people can walk up to and just read, like, what was the Lincoln Well? Why is this name Pump House Park? I think we talked about this a little bit already, but I think that helps give, just keep the history there. If people are just calling it the Lincoln Park, well, maybe they should understand why it was named the way it is to begin with. So there's an opportunity, maybe in the future or now, to put some kind of stand that shows the history of the park or iterations of it. I think that would be helpful, but this is awesome. I like colors. I think these are colorful. They have turquoise and green and other things, right?
Lime, yep.
Lime, yeah. I'm satisfied with the colors.
All right, Commissioner Ball, you had additional comments?
No, it was just you were looking at, if you go on, I went online, I looked at Scarlett's Park Playground. It's beautiful, and it's very colorful.
Right.
And kids are playing, and they love it.
It's also in the middle of like 5 acres tied to a giant community recreational park without housing around it. So I think the dilemma is we had the Engage Birmingham. We invited the neighbors to make their opinions known. The neighbors made their opinions known. Color was heavily discussed in the Engage Birmingham survey results, and now the commission is saying, yeah, but we're going to throw that out because we think kids like color. So, if you ask people for their opinion and you ask the surrounding neighborhoods to have ownership of stuff, and this is what they tell you they want in great detail with 2 meetings and then the 2 hours the other night, I think that it behooves us to sort of respect the decisions that were made. You could certainly ask Pentura to see if they could add a little bit of more color, but I don't think, you want to go red and blue. I think green with some more pops, if they can work that in, because I think this is still a little bit fluid, but we asked, they told us, so.
I have one other comment. One other quick comment. With regard to benches, I don't know how easy it is or not to put in more benches, but looking at this design element, at least for the Lincoln Park, like you have a bench, it looks like near the sandbox and then facing toward the middle. But given that grandparents often take kids to a park to give them something to do, is there a way to put a bench on every side? I'm thinking about my own mom who is constantly searching for a place to sit. And I know there are some wooden benches in that park now, and so maybe those will go away when all of this is redone, but.
So we intend to keep the other benches that are in the park in the park in general.
Okay, great.
I'm looking at here real quick, and the bench that we're showing in there costs around $1,500. Oh, that's because we got 2 of them. $840-ish a piece. We can talk to them about what it would take to actually add them in, if we can just add them in that price. The only thing is I would have to do really quick math to tell you what the actual approval would need to be.
Yeah, I didn't know how complicated it was to put one or more, but I think people like to sit where they can see the kids, like let's say they're on the swings, and so in this rendering here, if the kiddos are on the swings, there's nowhere to sit to watch them on the swings. I know that's one of the concerns at Booth Park, is that the visibility of kids when they get to the other side is like, where are they? This obviously is much more planar, and you can see them, but those are just thoughts as I think about my mom and the way she is, and she's always looking for a place to sit.
Right,
so.
and they did talk about that, Scott, at the Parks and Rec Board meeting. They talked about the fact that this is what was in the budget, but that we could contemplate the city adding more benches out of the general Parks and Rec budget or making them donor items. But, that they may not go in all at once, but they could certainly be added by other budgetary means.
This is a big space altogether, right? There's all that green space, to the west. So, anyway.
But yes, it was contemplated. Commissioner Haig.
Going back to the colors thing just briefly, we put donated artwork in park and green areas, don't we?
Yes.
Do we ask the artist to change the color because it might be a little bit too garish or bright?
No.
No, we don't. Just an observation.
Commissioner Long.
As for the naming, I can go either way on it. The Pump House Park for me kind of sounds fun. Like if somebody said to me, "Would you rather go?" and I'm 5, and you ready to go to the Pump House Park or the West Lincoln Well and Park? I would say probably 10 out of 10 times they're picking the Pump House Park. The West Lincoln Well and Park to me brings me back to my younger days when Sally fell down the well and we were all worried about whether we were going to be able to rescue her or not. And so I don't know, if that's real.
Jessica.
Yeah, and whether Lassie comes home to tell you or not, and whatever. So Pump House Park for me would be my vote if I was 5. I think the West Lincoln Park with with a placard that explains it, or maybe even some type of model about that kids can play with, like what a pump house is or what have you. But I can go either way on it. But I would prefer to probably change West Lincoln Well and Park to something a little bit more.
That rolls off the tongue?
It rolls off the tongue, but also, like the kids are going to be like, well, I don't want to go down the well.
What is because I don't think the alternative is West Lincoln Well and Park, is it?
No, it's West Lincoln Park.
Just West Lincoln Park.
No, that's what we would change it to. But
Right.
what is it now? What would we leave it as?
West Lincoln
Well and Park.
That's what they call it.
That's what it's called now?
That's
I thought it was called the West Lincoln Well.
It's called the West Lincoln Well and Park. That is what
Yeah,
the sign says.
it's on the sign, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just bring it up because I could go either way, but I just bring it up
I don't
because
like
it's,
that either.
yeah.
I like Well.
It's just going to get called the park anyway, because it's going to be whoever's closer. Do you want to go to the park?
It's
Yes.
going to be the green
The green part.
Which green park? The green park on Lincoln?
Green park with the climbing steer horns, please,
Oh,
Dad.
not the green park over there? What about when we do a new one, it's going to be green? They're all going to be green.
Until the kid falls off the stair things, then they won't want to go there ever again.
And that's why his doctor was laughing over there, because she knows what's
I have a
coming.
question, Mayor.
Yes.
There have been quite a few questions, concerns, whatever. I can see a clear vote on, like, changing a name or something, but what about all this other stuff that we have talked about? And I think all of us have made, comments that each of us would like addressed. I don't know.
I didn't think that there were that many particular changes. I mean, the consultant, no, I mean, you asked about color, right?
Several people mentioned they're concerned about color. He said he's willing to compromise on Lincoln, but he would like to see more colors. He said his kids all identified
Right.
the parks by the color. So color was one issue. There were other issues brought up.
More benches.
Several people mentioned historic signs or a discussion of that. So my question is, where do we go from here? If you want to ask someone to make the suggested resolution and it's seconded and we vote on that, that's fine.
So I would go back to Scott and say that, I would like to make the suggested, I don't make resolutions, make the suggested resolution, asking you to go back to Ventura and talk about adding somewhat more color.
So color isn't, like, at the end of the day with this, just to clarify, if color was the one thing that needed to be changed, I don't believe it would change the price of anything that we are dealing with. I can tell you that we were met with a visceral reaction to the blue, when we had blue and orange as the initial for the Lincoln location. I mean, the public was more than clear, except for one guy who said, I love the colors, and had the same reaction as what you're hearing here, and thought it was good for the kids.
Right. Because there were two concepts presented at the charrette, shall we say, and online. And one of them was very brightly colored, and people hated it. They're like, I like Plan 2 more than Plan 1. I don't like the colors. Nobody wants to look out their windows at blue and orange. They didn't feel it would age well or weather well. They just didn't like it. So, but I'm saying, I'm not saying going to blue and orange, but is it possible to have like two different colors of green slides? So one park's different than the other.
Give it 3 years, that green's going to be a different color because there's nothing that's going to stop the UV fading.
Right. I think that the historical signage, Commissioner Baller, is an idea, but is maybe not the Parks and Rec Board's thing at the moment and could be added after the fact. I'm not sure what group that the historical signage could go to. So what do you think?
I can clarify a couple other things with that. In our future budget, we are doing signs, redoing signs for all the parks kind of in like succession, and we're planning to go through wayfinding as part of that. Adding historical information things, we would still consult with wayfinding to make sure it matches the theme and style that they'd want. Those are all things that can be added after the fact. I do know that for the benches part, just to get this out of the way too, we have benches already out here that are actually adjacent to the play area. We intend to keep those. These are meant to be added benches that were kind of pictured in here. And like adding, whether we add a traditional green park bench or anything else, those can be added after the fact. So I think like really what I'm hearing is it's a color thing. And I know for budget's sake, we were trying to get this locked up before the end of the year. I don't know how much leeway you can give to staff to sort through trying to get some additional color added into these. And that's,
I'm comfortable
Just
with
my
trying to
thoughts.
just get some added color in there. I don't think we want to make
Accents.
wholesale changes because, again, we asked the public, they responded, as you said, vociferously. We did engage Birmingham. There has to be a level of trust that when we do that, we listen. And that when neighborhoods take ownership of parks and they say what they want for them, we listen. I mean, there were 74 votes for the one and more people came out in public. But yes, if we could get some more colored accents, if we could direct, I know the kind of signage that they have, like on the buildings in town, those nice sepia toned ones with what they were, envision something like that. I'm trying to remember whether Adams has any signage by the rain garden. I don't recall. I know it was discussed. I don't know if it's there. But,
There's a
or
difference-
Booth.
With colour, there's a
Or
difference
excuse me, or
between-
Barnum.
For the colour that you're talking about, there is a big difference between garish and just bright. I think what people were visualising were garish, call it quasi-neon type look. I'm just thinking of bright. But and again, we're probably the wrong ones to say it, but would a sepia tone sign be appropriate in that setting, though? Would we want to try
I
and
don't-
match the rest of
No,
the
I was thinking about
environment?
the size and the type of the information that was transmitted that are in the downtown. I mean, they're not huge, but they're very educational, unlike the Briggs Building and stuff like that. But they don't overwhelm anything. So, I mean, I would like to we're coming up on the end of the budget year. Families want to get this stuff going. We want to get it purchased and installed. So I would like to move the suggested resolution and then ask, and somebody can even put a caveat on it, directing the Parks and Rec Board and, to look at going back to Ventura and say, can we lift the color somewhat? And then signage to come as a future item.
And can we try and find a budget for a few extra benches?
Well, and he said yes.
But would roll it into
Yeah.
it.
I just want to add one caveat. My comments on color is just for my family. It's not necessarily how I feel about the park, the community.
All right, so it's 11:40. Do we have a suggested resolution?
10:40.
Excuse me, 10:40. Commissioner Host.
I just want to say that I agree with the mayor. When you ask a neighborhood what they want, and then the commission's going to say, no, that's not what you want. Here's what I want. That's a beauty.
So,
I'm just standing this for the kids.
suggested resolution?
Pretty sure they didn't ask the kids.
Okay.
We settle on the name?
Yeah, what do we decide with regard to the names?
I know, the name for the West Lincoln,
The majority of those people didn't want the name changed, just like the pump house people.
Yeah, I mean, the way Scott said it, they said don't change the name, but I don't think they understood that don't change the name means leave it as West Lincoln Pump, whatever.
Yeah, mainly because everybody calls it the West Lincoln Park to begin
Everyone will
with.
call it whatever they want to call it. So they said don't change the name. I think it's don't change the name, and everyone will call it West Lincoln Park anymore, Lincoln Park or West Park or the Park. Just leave the name as it is so we don't take that historical...
So-
Yeah, because that's what they want.
And that's exactly how it was answered.
West
so-
Lincoln Welland Park?
Okay, I will make a resolution to approve the playground and layout design for Pump House Park and purchase of playground equipment through Landscape Structures, Inc. with Sourcewell Cooperative purchase pricing in the amount of $85,159.57, and the installation of the equipment by Ventura LLC in the amount of $68,258 for a total purchase price of $153,417.57. Funds are available in the Park System Construction Fund, account number 408.2-901.751-979.0000. And to approve the playground layout design for West Lincoln Well and Park and purchase of playground equipment through Landscape Structures, Inc. with Sourcewell Cooperative, purchase pricing in the amount of $118,552.53, and the installation of the equipment by Pensure LLC in the amount of $105,638 for a total purchase price of $224,190.53. Funds are available in the Park System Construction Fund, account number 408.2-901.751-979.0000, and to affirm maintaining the name Pump House Park and West Lincoln Well and Park.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion? Discussion from the public on the motion. In the room, we have none. Online, we have none. Ms. Bingham, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Lowe.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bauer.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Thank you. Please thank the Parks and Rec Board for all their hard work, because they really worked on this. Resolution to approve 2 5-year agreements with HydroCorp for commercial and residential cross-connection control programs.
Yes, so traditionally, we have brought as the commercial program, also known as the non-residential portion, has come back every time it's ran out since back in the 90s, pretty much. I think the first official longer contract was 2003. That portion is going to basically remain the same with the services we've been receiving. It's just setting it to a 5-year scale with 4% increase each year in the costs for all the inspections that they're doing. There is, as you approved earlier tonight, a pass-through charge for each commercial property that was on the fee schedule. It's approximately, I think, $130 or $135, something like that. That covers our costs directly associated with it, as the state of Michigan requires us to have, and has required us to have, cross-connection program for commercial properties. In approximately 2009, there was a change in the cross-connection requirements by the state of Michigan in the water quality. Sorry, it's getting late. I'm losing my mind. For the rules for water quality, and it was every municipality was given 10 years, and I know that that number seems to not line up with 2009 to now. That's 2019. 2019 was the last time prior to this January that the city was reviewed for our water system. And in 2019, it was a friendly suggestion to start our residential program for ensuring there's no residential issues with cross-connection, which brings us to why I have this in front of you tonight. Is the larger portion of this is for a residential program for 5 years. The state of Michigan, or Eagle specifically, basically said we weren't in compliance with the requirements of the cross-connection for residential, and said no longer is it a friendly suggestion to have that program, you must have that program. And so we went to HydroCorp and asked them, can you develop a program for this? And they were pretty clear up front that Eagle hasn't given them the like full straight answer as to what is fully required for municipalities such as ours to fully complete this, because one of the requirements of that program is to enter every home in a 10-year period. You will note that our strategy is to go for in 5 years, because as anyone has noticed with the lead services programs and everything else, getting into houses is hard. So we are intentionally trying to do it in half the time so that we have the ability to hopefully, by the time we hit 10 years, fully complete, getting into every home. And this progress will continue over and over. I cannot express enough the value that HydroCorp brings the city by taking on just the commercial side of this. With all the inspections that they do and dealing with the door knocking, struggling to get into the buildings, and then providing us with reports associated with showing that we're doing our due diligence, we're inspecting everything. And that's why we're recommending that we award not just the non-residential portion, but the residential portion as well to them in the amounts listed. Any questions?
Any questions for Scott on the cross-connection control program? Commissioner Baller.
So could you just explain very briefly what an inspection, this is to do inspections.
Right.
What is, what do they inspect? What is it?
So quite literally, especially in commercial, because commercial is a lot easier to get inside a building, they go through and look at any piece of equipment that has the ability to backflow, if pressures were to change, into our water system. So like take the brewery, for instance. They've got all their vats with all their different products that they're brewing beer. Should we have a water main break outside of the facility, it's the equipment that they have in, the backflow preventers, are designed to engage immediately if there's a negative pressure loss and stop the flow of basically beer from coming in so that you don't all of a sudden go to hit your shower and you smell beer coming out of it, which is an actual thing that happened in Italy and in a city where the wine came back in. That's kind of where the whole initial we should control this kind of came from, is my understanding historically. In residential, they do kind of like a rental inspection. They go through and they look for obvious backflow issue areas into the water system, and they basically say, you need to get this repaired, you need to get this repaired, so that you're not potentially contaminating the water system by having a backflow back. Now, the program that they quoted us for right now is meant more for when we have opportunities to get in the house, which we'll be coordinating with the building department for like new houses. Easy time to check for backflow stuff while they're getting all their other inspections. When we can't get access to the inside of a building, it's more of a go out, review what we can. Do they have a sprinkler system? Does it look like they have a backflow prevention on their sprinkler system? That sort of thing. Sprinkler systems are, in the residential area, the #1 cause of a backflow. If they're getting cleaned out properly, there's less risk of contamination, but it can happen. That's like the short version.
Okay, that's good. That was longer than I thought. But and one other thing I note is that this covers 725 inspections a year.
That is specific to...
Which is a lot of inspections.
It's more than that. That's 725 is just the commercial / the non-residential portion. The residential portion is over 2,000 inspections a year.
And they do that for $17,000.
The 17,000 specific to the non-residential.
Oh, okay.
It's 100 and I believe 18,000 or something like that for the residential.
So, okay. Still a bargain.
Yeah, and the residential pass-through cost, again, because it's the same thing as the pass-through cost for the base inspection is $65 for residential because of how many they're doing. So like actual cost to a resident to ensure that your system's meeting the requirements of $65. And that's once in 5 years, and then we will be evaluating once we get to 5 years, are we starting over the whole city? You know, are we just going to keep going after the delinquent ones? Because the goal is, again, once every 10 years, you're supposed to get to every property, pretty much.
Very interesting.
Any other questions?
Is this law?
It is required by Eagle.
Is this law?
Act.
As in, is it judicial law? Because I can see just about everybody taking one look at the guy coming up the pathway, slam the door in his face and saying, you're not coming in, bring a warrant.
Welcome to the common conundrum with the requirements of Eagle.
Well, please tell them that the citizens, fellow citizens, probably are going to have an issue with it, comrade.
So I do know that if we are continued to be found in lack of compliance, the Eagle has the ability to fine the city for lack of compliance.
But I think, Commissioner Haig, you heard that if you can't get inside, they'll inspect the exterior of your house, look, see, you have a sprinkler system, so.
As of right now, Eagle hasn't clarified that we absolutely must get inside because they do recognize these issues with getting into
People's houses.
residences.
Right, so,
All the issues I see with this are absolutely epic. Somebody really overstepped their boundaries.
So, like I said, this has been in place since 2009, the initial order and the update to the Water Quality Act.
No.
it's protecting your drinking water.
Unless it's wine.
All right, so do we have a suggested resolution, please?
I'll make the motion.
Suggested resolution.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve two five-year agreements with HydroCorp for commercial and residential cross-connection control programs in the amounts not to exceed $96,600.11 for the commercial program and $643,897.84 for the residential program, in addition to authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the agreements on behalf of the city. Funding for both projects has been budgeted in account number 591-537.007-811.0000.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion from the commission?
I just want to thank Scott for these presentations, and it's nice that you really like these people. You know, you obviously have worked with them before, and I have great faith in them.
Any public comment on the motion? In the room, we have none. Online, you can use the raise your hand function. We have Jenny Johans.
She's with HydroCorp,
Oh,
if she's raising.
I'm with HydroCorp. I just wanted to say good evening to everybody, and it sounds like everything is handled as far as questions. There was one question around, is this law? And I did want to just mention quickly that this is part of the Michigan Safe Drinking Water Act. So the technical answer to that is yes, it is law and enforceable by Eagle. So just wanted to give a comment on that prior to the final vote.
thank you.
So Eagle have become a police entity because this is requiring entry into houses without, I'm sorry, but it's just legality. I'm looking at the attorney trying to figure out what the correct entry requirement is to go into private property to inspect something like that.
Only if a resident allows. If they say yes, great. If they say no, we respect that.
And we provide proof that we tried on one or more occasions.
And
We're
Eagle also has law to protect the safe drinking water of the residents.
I get that, but what I see is, who's the next one that says comrade?
I agree.
Because that's what it really comes down to. And it's going to be a very large percentage of people, when they understand what it is, are going to take it that way.
I think the requirement is that the city has to attend.
Yeah.
Correct.
But-
And obviously, this is a good bargain, and we don't have the staff to go knocking around on everybody's door.
I'm not arguing the skill set, because it's been quite clearly mentioned about what we get. And I think for new installations, I get it. I just still kind of a little bit concerned about the concept of someone rolls up to every house in the street, knocks on the door and goes, "We're supposed to check the inside of your house," in a different phrasing.
We're faced with the same problem and dilemma with lots of the other requirements, and when the meeting's done, we can have an offline conversation as to thoughts as to what's going on.
And the important thing, I think, would be clear and adequate communication to the residents when we start this
Right.
Yeah, I would like to clarify, that's one of the reasons why I put this as a new business item, was to have public comment, or have an opportunity for public comment on it. Additionally, Jenny's team sends out multiple letters and stuff before somebody ever shows up on a doorstep. We're not surprising people with inspections. They try to schedule them in advance, so like, that's why I point out it's similar to the lead services. You get your volunteers first, you work through the volunteers, and then, some people, you have to send them a lot of letters before they're willing to let you in the door. And, you get there eventually, and that's kind of what we're encountering with the lead services program as well. It's a requirement by Eagle, and you just keep doing what you can until you can't, and then you have your documentation of what you weren't able to accomplish and why.
Thank you. All right, so we had a motion, we had a second, we had comment. Ms. Bingham, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, Commissioner Haig. All right. Commission items for future discussion. A motion is required to bring up the item for future discussion at the next reasonable agenda. No discussion on the topic will happen tonight. Commissioner Host.
What's interesting about the lot split on Norfolk is how we got in the weeds about residential building ordinances. Certainly in Poppleton Park, the ranch home on the west side of Wimbledon that was turned into 3 homes that don't fit in the neighborhood, it is a prime example of why our residential building ordinances should be looked at. And so I make a resolution that we look at the residential building ordinances.
Isn't that already going to be done as part of the 2040 plan ordinance revision?
That's one of the
No,
recommendations in the
yes.
2040 plan.
That's zoning.
Correct.
I'm not talking about zoning.
Well, I
I'm
think-
talking about the building ordinances, the residential building.
Well, I think
What
it
are
would
those
be zoning.
What are those ordinances?
They would be the setbacks, the heights.
That's zoning.
That's zoning.
That's
permeability.
zoning.
That's zoning. Section 126?
Chapter 126.
Chapter
zoning, yeah.
126.
Yeah.
For
that's-
instance, just like we have design standards downtown where you have to have vertically proportioned windows and, that kind of thing. That would fall under the zoning ordinance, yes.
So Commissioner Host, I think that's already in process.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yes.
Commissioner Baller.
I move that we go immediately to step 2, because we already had enough discussion of it, on the thing we discussed earlier today, and that is taking a look at the ordinance, or asking the planning board to take a look at the ordinance regarding use of public property for outdoor dining, and whether it's proper to seek approval from property owners for the use of public property, whether it's appropriate to have private property owners entering into agreements for the use of, I just think that thing raised some issues that need to be addressed.
Well, I don't know where we're going to go immediately to step 2, but.
Okay, well, let's just try step 1 then. I'll move that we go
Second.
step 1 on that.
And we can get clarification about what it was supposed to cover, because it seemed to be the understanding that it was meant to cover platforms and at the window, and maybe not in a large furnishing zone, so that would be important to learn. But, so,
I know we're not having a discussion on it, but just, I was troubled by the property owner. So if I'm a property owner and I have 2 restaurants, I can agree on behalf of one if the other one wants to do it, where the tenant
right.
That was my point.
can't.
Yeah.
All
And I
right,
think that
so-
should be part of the discussion.
We might be charging the tenant.
Okay, so,
Just for clarity, we're talking about taking this to the planning board, not here.
Well, I don't know, we're only
That's
step
what-
1.
that's what I'm asking.
We're only step 1.
This is just to get it,
but you
where
know,
we decide where it's going to go.
okay, so when it comes back as step 2, we might send it back to the
okay.
planning
Yep,
board.
to plan
Okay,
for, yep.
because, yeah, we're not the people who should be doing this. We can express our concerns, but so, all in favor of step 1? Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, then we move to commission discussion on items from a prior meeting, subsidized parking. That was yours, Commissioner Long.
It was.
And
So-
that was step one, so this is step two.
Yeah, so the idea, and obviously the proof's in the pudding and for future discussion as to how it's implemented, but I've run into a number of people that do not live in the city, that come in, I'm talking about waiters, waitresses, bartenders, that complain that, one of them, I was sitting at the bar, and she said, I have to go out and move my car, or I have to go out and redo the, or I have to move it, or what have you. And, you know, I start every one of my shifts $10 down because I'm coming from out of the city. There are other cities, you know, Aspen, Colorado, take your pick, where people can't afford to live in the town. They have to come from several towns over to come here to work. And I think it's within the city's obligation to support the business owners, not just with the businesses, but also with the employees that service them, that we don't price employees that hold those functions out of working in the city. I will tell you, I worked in the city of Detroit for a long time. I don't want to work there because I don't want to have to deal with paying city taxes, so I don't work there. And this is not from a personal perspective. Both my boys do not work in the downtown area. But I think that there are ways to do this where you could take the parking structure at the very top and say you're a student, or I think the BSD could help with this. You are a bartender or a waiter or a waitress that live outside the city, that there'll be a subsidy of some portion. Maybe it's half, maybe it's 3/4, but you have to park on the top part of the parking structure in a designated area, and it's reviewed with the assistance of the BSD to support it. How we do it, whether it's just for students, whether it's for a certain number per restaurant, and they have to do proper reporting, and if they don't, then it's yanked from them being able to participate in the program. It just allows us to help our restaurants have the personnel to service their restaurants, which is always a challenge if you talk to each of the owners.
So you're talking about modifying the day rate, because there's currently not passes, and many of those decks are already full on the top level. Just saying, Park, Peabody.
It was just an example.
It was just an example.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's for a future discussion. I just think that it's something that we could consider, and I think it's something that we could get the assistance of the BSD, and I think it would be something that might have people from the outside who want to work here rather than another city down the road.
I could run through all the people that are workers in Birmingham who park on Harmon, they park on Park Street, they park on Madison, they park everywhere but in the decks. Why? Because they're not making enough money.
Another thought, just from a business owner's perspective, who has employees who we pay for them to park in several of our locations, could you incentivize the businesses to purchase parking permits for their staff, put the onus on the business owners rather than the employees?
Right.
I'm just looking at it with a different hat, because we run into this with my employees who can't afford to pay for the parking, so we absorb that cost for them. So perhaps, you could give the favor to the business owner. The city could then subsidize the business owner's cost for parking. Then those spots belong to the business, not to the employee. So they could hand them out to their employees. They maybe pay a lesser monthly fee. I don't know. I can support it, but I'm looking at it from a different hat.
It's not spots, it would be discount on the daily rates.
Right, but only when they're working. I mean, it's like fraught, I think, with some things that, how do you prove that they're coming to work, that they're not coming to dinner on a date, or whatever.
Right.
I'm all for supporting employees who are low-wage workers, but maybe there's another way to think about it as well. So.
I'm open to any suggestions that achieve the goal.
Okay, and that, what you said, Katie, is, very important.
Right.
The commercial people have to have the workers.
Right,
Hello.
and if they can't get them, if they can't hire them because they don't want to pay to park, then it's the business owner's responsibility to make the adjustment to
Pay them a better wage.
or cover their parking. Commissioner Baller.
A couple of observations. One is that I mean, I understand your intent, and I understand that you want to help, and that's a good thing. I don't see anybody clamoring for this, number one. The BSD isn't coming and saying we need to do this. The parking board isn't saying we need to do this. There's nobody coming and making comments and open mic to say, we need it. We do help businesses. We provide the decks in the first place. Not many communities have 5 parking decks. We also charge below market right now for parking, way below market. If you go to Detroit and buy a parking space for a month, you're going to pay close to 3 times what we.
Oh, if you park at the Guardian Building for 4 hours, it's $25.
Okay, so, and those people are paying roughly the same rent that offices pay here. The retail here, they're paying more. So those are my observations. There's a market. If we're up to me, we'd raise the prices, and the businesses would have to adjust. But we're probably not going to do that. So, I mean, I think we're in a good. That's all I have to say.
Ms. Ecker?
Yeah, and I was just going to say that, this issue came up before, and that's why we came up with the reduced evening parking rate. So if you park after 4, and the thought was, at the time, when I remember from these discussions, that then that way the workers, when they come in and they're just coming in for the dinner shift, for instance, then they get a reduced rate as well. But that's already in place.
What is the reduced rate?
Oh, I think it's
20% off.
20?
20% off. If a parking pass, so the parking pass is $100, you would be 80 to the.
And you can park evenings only, after 4.
That doesn't help the person that works from noon until 10 p.m.
You should petition
Quick
their
question.
employer.
Do we have the technological ability to validate parking? You know how in the old days, you go to Hudson's and they'd validate your parking?
We used to validate parking with the old system. I'm not sure if we do. I think we probably could.
That's another way to do it.
I mean, that's how it works with our business downtown, is that we just log into a system, we type in the code, and then we pay the bill, So if the employee could provide the business with like their ticket number, then the business can enter in that ticket number, and then the business gets a bill.
We've got a fairly high-tech parking system now, should be able.
I think it's the same, actually, because the voice
All right,
is the same.
so we're not trying to solve the problem tonight. The question is are there 4 commissioners who want to move this to step 2?
Step 3.
Here's one.
Excuse me.
This is step 2.
To step 3.
So I want to get the parking out of neighborhoods for businesses in general, because neighborhoods are starting to get really irritated. Well, not starting. They are irritated. They've been irritated. It's getting worse. I understand where Commissioner Long's coming from, but I'm also somewhat on the same page as Commissioner Ballo that our rates are already below market, and we have so many enablers to businesses to make absolutely gigantic amounts of money, and anyone that says they don't, they do. I know one person who owns restaurants who has their private jet. Restaurateur. They make vast amounts of money when they do their business right. We had a guy in here recently, had 16 Class Cs. They're making a lot of money. But we don't really see anything from that. What we really get is parking revenue. So I'm sort of on his page of, we actually need to be getting something out of it, because we're enabling some people to make a fortune. So it's a balance.
Right.
We have to be very, very careful with the balance of it.
If we reduce the rates to these employees, there's a cost to the parking system, then it's subsidized by everybody else.
Correct.
What about simply looking into the opportunity for businesses to validate parking for either their patrons or their employees, since we have the sophisticated new parking system? I don't know if it requires.
I would support doing it that way to at least find out if we could do it.
Well, and then you have businesses that will agree to participate in that program, and businesses who won't.
Maybe they'll attract more employees.
The ones who agree to participate in that program will probably have easier time filling
Hiring
their
people.
stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
So I would support that variant.
But I will say, I respect, what you're saying, but you're viewing that from a different perspective from somebody who's coming in and working as a waitress for years and years and years and making, minimum wage as to whether we charge enough or what have you. I'm not talking about, the banker who comes and works here, or the lawyer, or the doctor, or, or the business owner. I'm talking about staff and supporting our restaurants and what have you with regard to the minimum wage employees that they may have a difficult time fulfilling. And I don't think you're going to hear from the individuals that you said. I don't think that those individuals' voice comes through, the business owner or the BSD or what have you necessarily.
There's actually kind of an easier way of getting to what she's talking about, because I like your idea. I really do. Don't look so surprised. It does happen. We have the BSD that communicate with every single business in the city. Hey, as part of my yearly contact with you, how many employees do you have? Oh, you got 10. Okay. You got 15. Okay. Now we know how many those businesses are going to be looking at. Well, we've got this program for your 10 employees, right?
But it's not all 10 employees, it's your low-wage servers, he's saying.
Yeah, but that's a problem. I mean, how do you?
Fine.
How do you validate
How
that?
do you validate that?
Yeah.
Okay, there's going to be a certain degree of honesty about it, and yeah, there are going to be those that will abuse it, and then they'll be the ones that everyone else is going to look at and say, you ruined my business. Self-policing is a great thing.
All right, so is there a motion to take this to step 3?
I'm the one that brought it, so I'm making the motion to move it to the next step. Yes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We've had plenty of discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Commissioner reports, commissioner comments.
I got a few comments, please. They're actually brief, but I got 3. So on the city manager report, there was an item that I asked for a while ago, actually last year, and it was the landscaper code of conduct. So we're sort of well into landscaping season. I did a Commissioner Bala and started playing with AI. I'll send out what I came up with. It's 13 rules. Don't know why it ended up at 13, but that's what it is. It referenced our city code. There's a couple of things in there. A few hours of work, and we're like 9 months after asking for it, so I figured I'd take that on. We can take a look at it, see if we can do something. There's a communication in here, and also I was stopped by a resident 2 days ago and asked about a tree committee, or some sort of committee to do with trees. I would love to see something happen with that. He actually was completely unaware of this petition that we have in our communication. He had no idea about that. He said he signed onto some online group where they were asking for it. So if we have that anywhere in our forecast, I think we should look at it, even if it's an ad hoc, to come up with something where we could make some improvements, because there are enough people that wish to see. They want us to maintain the tree city, but the guy I was talking to was very happy about you can't save every tree. He was very, very pragmatic about it. So just something that would be nice to have. And then the last one.
Commissioner Haig, I think the tree committee was already a phase 1 suggestion, just hasn't come back.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to bring it up because
And I also want to point out that we are currently working on a document to put on the website and to provide all the information to the public to understand what our process is and how many people review it and what the criteria are for removing trees.
No. He wasn't. No. So he actually came to see me and said, "I want to talk to you about this." And it wasn't for how do I get trees removed or how do I stop. It was a very holistic view after the call it the tree population, and do we have all the right criteria, and is everybody aware of it? Because there have been certain areas that have made noise about, we don't want this to go, and when the tree's cut down, it looks perfect from the outside, but then you cut it, and it's like the one at the open house.
That's what this document,
rotted out.
That's my point. That's what this document will show, and I think the concern has been that there hasn't been a proper process to evaluate a tree.
Okay.
We're willy-nilly cutting down trees, and I can assure you that is not the case.
But that already is a stage 1. I forget who brought it up. That's going to...
It's fine. Like I said, he came to see me about it specifically.
Okay.
So I just said, okay, I'll ask the question. It's fine. Last one. So today, and I sent an email to you, Janet, about this, about the parking on Lincoln. So there were some really nice signs that have been printed on colored paper and then laminated and carefully screwed, not even stapled, into wooden stakes, and there must have been about 100 of them put all the way down Lincoln saying no parking for the swim meet. And there were several hundred furious parents down at the swim meet because they were told you can't park at the skate park, in front of the ice arena, or in front of the tennis dome because there's stuff going on. So I got phone calls. I went down there, got screamed at. Don't know how many empty parking spots I walked past on the way in, but it was about 170, and I watched the 2 city trucks drive out that have been there since apparently 2:30, telling people, I'm sorry, but you've got to park in the road, you can't park in the parking spots, the 180 empty parking spots. When I walked back out, as I was passed by the lady that was telling her daughter in no uncertain terms exactly what she thought about city government, using all sorts of words except for swear words, I counted 154 empty parking spaces still there at 6:30, and nothing going on. There were 3 dads hitting balls with their kids over at the baseball diamond. Yeah. We looked petty. We are viewed as extremely petty. Oh, you can't park here. That's somebody else's. That swim meet was for swim clubs. I saw Seaholm. It was the Forest Hills was the one that was is the park. Bloomfield. Everywhere. The consensus there that I got, and from the yelling at that I heard, and the people that were off their minds angry, was how petty is this city? How pathetic is it that we're told, I'm sorry, you can't park in the empty public parking spots? It went over really, really badly, and clearly there was a lot of effort went into making some nice printed, laminated signs. They weren't even stapled, they were screwed. Hours were spent making signs to piss off hundreds of people. I see absolutely no value that this city created in that. It was massively negative PR, because the other sentiment that went around was, I bet it was those people in the tennis dome that asked for this.
But so the question is did the city place these signs?
As soon as I got your email this afternoon, I sent it to DPS and to Scott to find out what's going on, if it was even anybody. It could have been.
There were 2 city trucks out there, I was told.
I know, I saw that in your memo. But there is always a balancing act, right? Because the swim club is there and it didn't build its own parking. It doesn't have enough parking, so that's a factor. But to your point, there's public parking available and it's not being used, and how do we balance it? I don't know who put the signs up. I'm trying to find out. And I don't believe, it was not an official action of, say, the multimodal board, who normally you would take a no parking on this side of the street to the multimodal board and you would get a recommendation. It was not through official channels like that.
So something was done. There were city personnel out there telling people, I'm sorry, you've got to park in the street. And just for everyone else's benefit, as I walked down, I watched one of the ambulances trying to get out. It couldn't get out because there was traffic, cars parked on both sides of the street, traffic trying to come in. It actually went out via Commerce. It wasn't on a run. It was returning from being out at the senior living center, I forget what it's called, coming back from there. But my wife said she's tried to go through there before. She's been stuck. She actually pulled into Schwader. She opened the gate and pulled into Schwader just so that someone else could drive past, so she could just not block everything. Got yelled at by them because she's pulling onto private property, but it's the only place she could pull into. And then, like I said, I've had phone calls, I've had text messages. Make sure you ask about this tonight. You name it. I am not kidding how angry people were.
You've done a very good job of explaining the issue. And
We're looking into
you
it.
don't know, and you don't know?
Yeah, if you know anything. I just sent you the email this afternoon, so I don't know if you've even seen it.
I was prepared before.
Okay.
So to clarify, we've had issues summer after summer with the swim club. They fill our entire parking lot, and the road still looks the way you saw it, where ambulance struggles to get through, even when they use our lot. And they don't communicate with us in any particular manner of when their swim meets are going to be. We have to go figure out when they're going to be. This swim meet today conflicted with scheduled permitted use of the baseball diamonds for Little League, Birmingham Little League, who we partner with, and with Birmingham High School's hockey and some other high school hockey activities, stuff people are, paying their permits and paying to use ice time. So we felt it was appropriate for the people who are paying to use our services, pulled permits to use our services, to cordon off the lot so that we ensured that those who are paying for our services were getting to use the parking lots. Because historically, what has happened, because these swim meets are so long and parents are rolling over throughout the entire time the swim meet is happening, we have no access to our parking lot for a city thing. We are supporting basically a private entity and not letting the people who are permitted to our lot, permitted to use our park, permitted, paying for ice time, we're not allowing them to use the lot because it's full of the swim meet people. Now, we did have a meeting with someone from the swim club. I don't have the exact details because Connie's the one who had the meeting and she's on vacation right now. And we made it clear that, hey, heads up, please let them know, let your swim meet people know that the lot's not going to be available because we have conflicting event items. And we need to ensure the people who have, permits and scheduled ice time have access for parking. And we recommended contacting the churches and stuff to rent out their lots. And we did this last week. We felt we had a good understanding of what was going on. And today at, I want to say 3, a little after 3 o'clock, received a call from someone else within the swim club. And they had no idea that there was going to be any type of conflict due to, again, permitted and ice time paid for activities and why we were ensuring that they had access. Now, as far as the open spaces at 6 o'clock, that is a failure on our part to plan accordingly, to know when those, like baseball was going to be approximately done, to clear things out and say, now people can park there. But that doesn't change who's already parking along the edge of the road. I have been there multiple times where we're getting the exact same screaming that you've described from Birmingham Little League, from people trying to use the ice rink that are lugging their bag of hockey equipment from somewhere down closer to like Torrey because there's just so many swim vehicles all in the area on the streets. So to me, this is something that is a real problem in that area, that there is a business that has way too many people come to it and they don't have a plan for parking. And that's regardless of whether or not we keep them out of that lot. There was multiple times last year where we went out there and our contractor, we had given space to our contractor doing work on a city project, and we didn't know there was a swim meet. We already knew the parking lot was going to be tight because Little League had like 4 games in a row. And we had to actively get a hold of people in the swim club and say, hey, we need vehicles moved because right now my contractor can't remove his trailer from our parking lot, which would actually open up some spaces for you guys. And they had moved barricades that we had specifically for that area. So this is a common trend problem we're having with the swim club specifically. And it's not that we're trying to like, you can't use our lot. It's we have other things that are permitted and paid for that people deserve to use the lot that's adjacent to the park. There's historic signs that at some point during a parking lot remodel that disappeared that originally said there was parking was specific for use of Kenning Park and the adjoining services there. And we just recently put them back up because we realized there was never an order to take them down. They just weren't put back up after a project. And so that lot has historically had some sort of commission approval because that's how those signs originally arrived, obviously well back in time, that protected that particular area because of things like this. And like we have a duty to our residents and our clubs that we already have, permits and contracts with to ensure they can access their facilities that they are using through the city. So I don't have a direct answer for you on this.
All right, so I get that piece of it. To one additional question in that, though. When Little League turns up and they're parking all the way out and up the street and blocking neighborhoods and blocking the road, what's the solution there? Because clearly they've oversubscribed to the parking, they've overfilled their permitting, and so the tennis dome can't function. The senior center, how do they get visitors in there? Any of this, there's a balancing act, and the balance is not there. And I'm not sitting looking at you going, you haven't got it balanced. The balance is not there. I got one side of it. I got screamed at.
Right.
Quite uncomfortably a lot. What I'm looking for is, and I will go back to the swim club and just talk to them and say, you need to do better yourselves. That's fine. But I think we need to come up with a better view of how to operate in that whole area, because there are businesses. Little League is a business as well. Yes, okay, so they've got permits, but does that mean that they can then take up every single parking spot within a half-mile radius when there's a game? It's inhibiting others' ability. We need to look at this as a bigger picture. Parking and traffic flow wise. I've got some thoughts on traffic flow that I'm still fleshing out, but there is a better mousetrap here.
In other communities, when they have large events, they rent lots and provide shuttles. And so, I mean, downtown days.
I went to one in Farmington last weekend, and the city allowed everybody to park along the roadside.
Right, but I mean, people park in high schools and then they run shuttles. It seems like, Forest Hills is a private business who holds events larger than they can accommodate. They have a responsibility to develop a parking plan and to provide parking for those people who are attending, whether it's valet, whether it's shuttles, but it's not entirely our responsibility to accommodate them.
I haven't said it was. It was just looking at vacant space and people that were just getting angry at being told, you can't use all of these vacant spaces that were vacant for hours until when the guys left. That's when it started filling back up, because people were still cycling through because they're only halfway through some of the heats. They just said, screw it, we're just going to park here. So that's why I said we need to look at a better option for the area as an area, because the other side of it, okay, let's say there's a swim meet and someone decides to have a party at Lincoln Yard. Okay, now we just went and we didn't allow another business to be able to operate properly because we overfilled all the parking and the street parking that they could use as overflow, for instance. It's got to be a holistic view. I'm not saying any one party is guilt-free at all. Quite the opposite. I think there's a little bit of look in the mirror from everybody, and then everybody works together. So I will take some of that message back to them. I've got no problem. You know what? You guys yell at me, I can yell right back. It's a two-way street. But something better between everybody.
A couple personal comments on that. So both my kids play Birmingham Little League, and I have a hockey player. And we were previous members of Forest Hill Swim Club, and we are now members of another swim club. So my experience at our swim club, there's no way during even a regular day, especially a swim meet, that anyone can park in the parking lot. Our swim club accommodates that by offering valet and getting the cars out of Dodge. I don't know where they take them, but they go away. And so it is my opinion that Forest Hills has that responsibility. There are opportunities for them to run a shuttle for those few hours and the few days and the short-lived swim season to not infiltrate that area the way that they are. They are a private business. My kids both played Little League. I would show up at various times to their games. I never had a problem finding parking. Never. Nights when there's 4 games going on every field, we've got 3 cars there, me, my mom, and my husband, because we're all coming at different times, grandmas. We never had any trouble finding a spot in that lot. It was tight. I mean, you had to wait for some guy to leave sometimes before you could get in, but for our use as Birmingham Little League people, that lot was never a problem. So it's my opinion that the swim club needs to manage their own situation. I don't know where that direction comes from. It is a public lot. There are very few public lots that are unmetered in the city, like around the parks. I was just actually trying to think, like, where else can you park in the city for free? I never even thought about it. Like, I park in that lot all the time, and I've never thought about it. But the park that's by Barnum Park, the parking lot right there is similar in that nature. I don't know where else there is a parking lot in Birmingham.
St. James.
St. James Park. I'm thinking Lot 6 is metered. The lot outside the community house is
West
metered.
Lincoln Pump.
There's like 3 spots there. I mean, that's not like parking lot. But Anyway, my opinion is the business needs to manage it, and, they run shuttle buses for their kids to go to meets in other places. They can run a shuttle bus to, a parking garage, and that's not that hard to figure out, so that's my opinion.
If I may, I completely agree. I coached Birmingham Little League. It's been a little hot minute, but for 12 years, and
We
never,
just did it every night.
never, ever, ever, ever had any problem parking. That swim club is a private business, and they can't count on being able to park. They need to bus the people in. They need to figure out other places to park. That's not a responsibility of the city. Now, if they contact the city and say, hey, can we get a permit? Can we have certain spots? We're going to hold it at this time on a Sunday morning or whatever, or Sunday evening or what have you. That's a different story. But just because they're there doesn't mean that they get to park.
What are the odds
that
they would
lot.
have proximity to a giant parking lot,
Right.
It's like kind of unheard of in the city, so.
Commissioner Bell?
They have another swim meet at home on Thursday.
And Little League has games, and the ice is rented out.
And then they also have, they only have 3 home meets, July 10th. Maybe you already know this. And then July 27th, they have the big party.
Yeah, my general understanding is we've been made aware of the meets through our discussions with them. But again,
Just
we
looking at their
had to
calendar.
initiate, yeah.
So are you going to speak to them, like the manager, and say, on Thursday, we have other stuff scheduled, and
We have. That was part of when we realized that there was a conflict with Little League, we were speaking with, I believe the guy's name's either Andrew or Tom, and that was, Connie was having that conversation. And then I spoke with Gloria today, and I warned her in advance when I was talking to her today that there will be complication again Thursday if she wasn't aware. It sounds like there was a mix in some of the emails that went out to parents, and some of them even were claiming that we were keeping space by the skate park for them available, which was never the case. We agreed to keep.
Yeah, I got to admit, I heard several different stories. That's what I was saying. I'm not saying there's any completely guilt-free people here.
We told them that we keep 4 spots open for their staff specifically, and we actually put out markers specifically for them so that they had the closest spots to the actual facility, because we recognize they don't have a lot of parking. But we will do our best to review this situation further, see what improvements we can make if it's limiting, like what hours. The hard part is the swim meets start, my understanding is around like 2. Yeah. And our Little League stuff's at 4, so if people are clogging in the entire parking lot the entire time, how do I accommodate the permitted activity for my park?
Yeah, so I understand they did have shuttle buses going to Our Shepherd. I didn't see one, but I understand that. The one that really got me, and this is where I've seen it from Little League, and that's why I think we need to have a better view at this area, I didn't like the fact ambulances can't get through. Sometimes width-wise they can't get through because of the way people just park so selfishly. So I would actually really like to see, and I got an idea I'm working on, I do want to share it at some point in the future because it will have to go to multimodal, but I would love to see us not park on both sides of the street for just pure safety, nothing else than safety.
It seems to me that you've got Pierce Elementary not being used. You have Our Lady Shepherd, you have Seahome, you have, and you have you'd have to go to the city of Troy, but you have a very large parking lot behind the shopping center that you could probably get, obviously, advance permission and or permit or what have you, and pay and shuttle people.
There's several churches in that area,
And there's several churches as well. So this is just because the swim club hasn't planned accordingly does not fall upon us to solve their problem.
Well, it falls on us to siphon it off appropriately, or to put the like, quote unquote, policing in place so that people understand what they're supposed to do.
So I understand you reserving the
unfortunate.
spaces at 2, even though you would be walking by empty spaces between 2 and 4. I understand reserving them at 2 so that they're available at 4. Because if they fill at 2, they're not going to be available from 4 till whenever. You can't say you can park there for 2 hours and then move, because they're not gonna.
Yeah, I get that. I think did Little League actually tell? I literally saw 3 dads with kids out in that ball field. And if they had something at 4 o'clock, it was not done and everybody gone by 6:15 when I walked in.
Well, I think
so. Just like I said, I don't think there's a lack of fault in any one particular area. I'm just going off literally having angry parents coming up and going, "You're a city commissioner. What's going on?" You name it. It was fun. It was pleasant.
All right. Any other commissioner comments?
One commissioner comment for me. Oakland Avenue was redone, looks amazing. I don't know if they're not done yet or not, but I had expressed concern on the markings for those 2 lanes when they dump into the city, as it hits Old Woodward. One's a mandatory left-hand turn, the other one's go straight along Willits. And 9 out of 10 times when I'm driving along there, somebody will find themselves in the left-hand turn lane and need to cut over. I had one coming, not this meeting, but the last meeting we were at 2 weeks ago, where they actually went in the turn lane, couldn't get over because the arrow that they encountered was literally 10 feet before the intersection. There's nothing further back, which is what I was hoping that they would do. Maybe a sign, or you just put an arrow, left-hand arrow, back further. And this person went through the intersection, almost clipped the car making a left-hand turn in the opposite direction, and cut off the car in the other way to get over. And I've had other ones where I'm driving along and I'm like, I know they're going to have to come over because I know they're not turning left. And so the 2 arrows right now on the new roadway are 10 feet from the traffic light. And the white line is 30 feet back where it bisects those 2 lanes, and you have to choose one or the other. And you're supposed to have made your decision well before you encounter those. For people that aren't driving that daily, it's a mess. So I was hoping, and maybe it's not done yet, but if it's done, that they would just maybe put some markings a little further back before they have to actually make the committed choice where the white line starts.
I believe they're still working out there, but I don't know if the signage is still pending.
Yeah, so I don't mean to jump on them if they are, but it's beautiful and wonderful that it's redone. They did a nice job,
But we don't want any head-on collisions.
no, we don't.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, any other commissioner comments? All right, then we move to legislation, city staff, change order for Chestnut Garage accent paint. Any comment on that? All right, complex public-private partnerships. I hope everybody saw the back page of the agenda. The question being posed to us rather obliquely is whether we are interested in figuring out what a next step would be to entertain or learn more about a complex public-private partnership. Commissioner Ballard.
Well, I think one thing we learned from the North Old Woodward project is that the community felt that we were putting out a lot, like $57 million for a new parking deck that was pretty much going to serve the interests of the developers who were making so much money. We don't know how much, but so much money that they could shave a floor off of 2 separate buildings to satisfy a very small number of people whose views
As in one.
are going to be obstructed. That told me that allowing private developers to use public properties could be a good thing if we get something out of the deal. And to me, it's a density. It's a question of how much density do you want to allow. The more density you allow, the more that we could derive. But I don't know how to do those calculations, and I don't think anybody on the city staff knows how to do those calculations. Or to validate, let's say we get an opportunity, this guy who wanted to put an event space on top of Chester Street deck.
Yeah.
Okay, we pretty much dismissed it out of hand, but nobody ever looked at the actual numbers and, like, what would that mean? What would that mean for him? What would it mean for us if we went ahead with it? What's the value on each side of the equation? And I think what we need to do is be aware, because if we are getting proposals, we need to be able to evaluate them quickly, validate them. If somebody's telling us we can do this, if you do this for us, we'll do that. So,
I want to see the business case.
so
Their
my thought
business
is
case.
that we need a competent consultant.
An owner's rep.
Much like we have an engineering firm on standby, right? For anything we need for engineering, we have traffic consultant on standby, on retainer, things. We need whether, if that's what it's called, an owner's rep.
An owner's agent?
I just wanted to point out that the question being asked is even more general than that. Do you want to consider public-private partnerships with firms or groups on public property? And if you do, then we would have to go to an RFP process. So if we did that, you can't just have a developer coming forward and saying, I want to do this, because it's a we are a public entity, we have to give that same option to everybody. And to your point, yes, we would want to evaluate the benefits to us, but we don't need to, we're not asking that question yet, because we're asking, are you even willing to look into having a public-private partnership? And if you are, understand that it's a full-blown RFP process, and it's not just so-and-so comes and says, hey, I want to do this, can I do this? We have to put that opportunity out to everyone. And then if we did that, we would have to hire somebody, which, believe it or not, we had an owner's rep on the North Old Woodward project. I wasn't that heavily involved in it, but there was an owner's rep that did that and reviewed all of those pluses and minuses. For what it's worth, there was. So I don't disagree with that, but we're not there yet anyways. If you do want to do this, we'd have to go to an RFP, then we'd get all the responses in, and we would want someone to evaluate them.
I think it's a far more complicated answer than the question implies, though, because yes, you're right. Person A can turn up with a proposal. We've had a person A turn up with a proposal. It didn't go that deep into what they were looking for, the benefits, and so we dismissed it. Person B may learn from that experience and come back with more. So to fulfill the requirements that you're stating, the first thing I would say is, if you want to do any kind of business with us, any kind of partnership with us, it costs us nothing to have that investigation. They need to pay for all of the costs involved in an RFP, for all the staff time, because otherwise we're wasting our resources for their benefit. If you even are interested, you'll put that money up front. If you're not interested, you're just fishing with an empty hook and hoping that something's stupid enough to catch the empty hook. They have to pay everything up front with zero guarantee that it will go past a thank you, that's very nice, but no thanks phase. Otherwise, we are not going to I don't feel as though we should entertain it at all. They need to self-fund.
So I think the first question was even more general, as Jan is describing. So, yes, it is hard to have this conversation without eliciting information. So we did have a developer approach staff and asking us to start delving into a public-private project, which would be building on public property. So the first question is there an appetite of the commission to even start examining these types of projects? Is the commission interested in entering into agreements to have development on public property? And yes, the guarantee is that the city would receive benefits. They would receive things, assets, et cetera. We couldn't even take the next step until we know, is there even an appetite from this commission to even go down that path? And if the answer is yes, then we will have to start taking the next steps, which could involve RFP processes or other processes to assure that there is a competitive ability for others to come forward and also to make valuable offers to the city. Does that make sense?
So an example would be, there's a piece of property, the city enters into a 99-year lease on that property to a developer. Developer develops it and pays rent or pays a monthly to the city, so the city benefits from the use of the property, the city as a whole, and the property gets developed, and it happens all the time, 99-year lease or what have you.
We do
And then a
that
reverse-
now.
then it-
We
yeah,
do that
you
now.
do that now.
We do
Okay.
that now. If you recall, on the parcel that's supposed to be developed at Maple and Woodward, there's that small strip that we
we
have
lease
a
it,
lease
yeah.
agreement on. This would be more of a examples of where there would be a dense project built, and in exchange, that developer would do things for the city or give things to the city or build things for the city.
Well, don't we do that already now when they like the roadways adjacent to these buildings that are
Well,
being
we
built?
do, but that's more on a smaller scale. We're talking more comprehensive, like a larger development and a larger parcel. So, let's say, and I'm just throwing this out there, let's say somebody wanted to take the lot where the farmer's market was, and they wanted to get rid of the parking lot, and they wanted to develop up and go up 5 stories, 10 stories, whatever, and put in a level of public parking. Is that something we would want? And if we would consider that, we'd have to go through an RFP process. Or, somebody mentioned the Chester Street deck, the top floor. Or if somebody wants to come into Poppleton Park because there's a huge empty field and they want to use, do a certain development there, any public property, because the public property is there for the public use, right? If we're going to enter into a public-private partnership, are you interested in that? Understanding that there's all different scenarios that it could fall under, right?
Mm-hmm.
And North Old Woodward sort of could have been that. We would have gotten a brand-new parking deck out of it, except that the parking deck would have been entirely utilized by the private business, and
we would have paid for it.
and we would have paid for it. So if the developer wants to pay for it and wants to say, but 3 floors of it are yours and you can collect the revenues and you can use it, but I'd like 2, I don't see how you say no without saying no, saying what you're saying no to, and you don't say yes without knowing what you're saying yes to.
But
So the
that's where I
question
was
is,
going.
so the question is would we like you to figure out what next steps are that we could entertain things and learn more and figure out about an RFP process? Yeah, I would be. I mean, I'm not going to turn my nose up at free assets,
I
but.
wouldn't be talking Poppleton Park, okay?
Well, I think
It was just an example.
But
I mean, let's be honest. How many years has it been since North Old Woodward went away? Like, we tried it, it failed. Everybody said, we got to cool down. Well, I think we're cooled down. We got a whole new commission, and I think that's still a great piece of property. The other decks, those are in town, but I'm not, if you said Poppleton Park.
So my take on it
if somebody
is-
wanted to dig up Shane Park and put a parking lot under it, but I
Yeah,
don't know
but-
who would want to do
but-
that.
but Commissioner
I think
Haig-
my take is the same as the mayor, though. We're not going to say no, but we're not saying yes as a blanket. They need to bring us a compelling case that we would then look at, and it gives us some data to say yes or no. But where I was trying to say it as well is, this city should not spend any of our financial resources to do that evaluation. If someone wants to bring us a proposal, it's going to be a case of, okay, city, how many hours do you need? Oh, that's going to cost this much. There you go. It's funded for you to do the investigation under the understanding that this is just funding you to do the investigation. It is not a guarantee of a yes or a no. I don't want to spend city resources on it because we will have 100 people suddenly turn up and go, hey, I've got a great idea. And then we'll just stop.
Right.
We'll just
The
be dead in the
problem,
water.
Commissioner Haig, is you're asking the first one in the door to pay for the RFP process that's then going to be available to 9 other bidders, which they may not win.
And that
we
first
want
person in the door doesn't necessarily want to share their concept or their plan because other people might steal their idea.
Which is why this is so difficult, because this person asked us to keep our word that we would not divulge their thoughts and ideas. They also, would love it if we went into a closed session and we discussed it and we said, no, there's no legal basis to take you into a closed session for that discussion. And this was how, the manager and I thought we could at least get the sense for the appetite and now see the next steps that would need to be taken in order for these ideas and these proposals to come to fruition to you in a legal, transparent way.
So how does this happen in other communities that have public-private partnerships? Because it seems like this is very difficult to get off the ground. I know that there are other private partnerships in other communities for assets, for buildings. And so have we investigated how they did that?
One of my communities I represent, we were involved in a couple of them, and to be frank, the developer wasn't secretive about what they wanted to do. They were very open about what they wanted to do. They discussed it at public meetings, and
But did they still do the RFP process though, and there just weren't any other takers, or?
I don't want to, I can't speak to what some of the decisions were from other municipalities and their decisions, but there were no other takers. This one developer was the only guy in town with the abilities, financial, physical abilities to pull it off.
And was that municipality, did they have representation, independent representation to guide them? Or did they just buy what the developer was selling?
I'm wondering how
It
big of a
wasn't,
deal it really was.
no,
in
the
end.
answer was no, but the developments were not complex
Okay.
density projects. I don't want to say they were simplistic, but they were easily manageable.
I wouldn't do it without representation, without competent, somebody who,
I don't think anybody disagrees with that. The point is that how do we get it started if somebody doesn't want to share their idea up front, and then we have to put it out to bid for everybody to have, if they want to use X piece of land and they want to do X, Y, Z, then we have to put that offer out to the general public at large.
It seems to me that's component number one of the process, which
Right.
is, I have this idea, I want to develop this, and I have to tell the world, and then it has to go out to RFP, and I have to be willing to bid competitively for that. And if I win, I win, and if I give my idea and somebody else outbids me, then somebody else outbids me. That's the way it works.
But if we have a consultant, on staff, that person could act as your agent to sort of talk turkey with developers, because they're not bound by OMA rules. You know, like, I am not bound by OMA, you are, because you're the elected official. So that's why I could speak to this developer and hold the confidence, right? Because I'm not bound by OMA rules. So I suppose your consultant could start
but
working.
you don't have the skill set to take it to the next step with him, to have that more.
Right, but we're also not there yet anyways, because we don't know what they're going to offer, and we don't know, well, we know in concept, but we would have to go out to everybody, and then we would need a detailed person to go through all of the proposals and evaluate them.
I would want the person to help develop the RFP. We're not there.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah.
true, that's true.
Yeah, and the RFP could be targeted towards the idea that we have mutual interest in, right? It's not just a wide open, what would you do with this piece of property?
And that's what
Right.
was done at North Old Woodward, because we did go to an RFP and it was broadly based, it was put out there. I know there were other issues, but
And that one, part of it was predicated on the need for additional parking. I don't know.
at the time, it was.
We're not at a critical stage where we need additional parking right now, but we may.
Well,
But
you're
we certainly-
assuming it's a parking deck.
Hold on. We have things that we need and want. We have infrastructure requirements beyond our ability to fund them. We would love a $40 million community center. We're not crazy about the police station we got, and we're thinking maybe we should pull the police station. How much would that cost? So we have things that we want and need that we can't afford.
We being
City of Birmingham.
the city of Birmingham, yeah. So I think that begs the question, we would be remiss not to entertain any potential that would benefit the city and its residents
or even go out and seek it, even say, hey, we're ready to redevelop North Old Woodward.
That's my comment. You gotta at least look at this. So in terms of
So
appetite,
yes, you're
I would
willing
say
to look
yes.
at
I
it.
think it needs to be looked at, but I get two feelings out of this. One of them is sharks and minnows, and we're not the shark. And the other one is, he touched on it. We have things that we need to do.
We're going to hire a shark.
We're going to need to hire a big shark.
There are big sharks out there.
But there are things we need to do. There was a lot of money spent in making downtown look really pretty. It's great. But you go a block outside of it, the water mains are crumbling, the sewers are crumbling, you name it. We have the basic infrastructure that needs to be taken care of. Commissioner Schaefer just kind of made the joke about we've got 25 miles left of road that we need to take care of. Are we building a house on quicksand, or are we building a house on a solid footing?
No, you're missing the point. What if you brought in a developer and the developer said, I can shave off 10 years off of your 26 miles of roads. I'll help X, Y, and Z
And
if
that's
you
what I'm
do
getting
that.
at.
So you're looking at it like, well, no, we have all these other things that we have to, this could benefit the city by providing for a police station 26 miles of roadway in 5 or 10 years rather than in 26 years. There are things that we could do that the city benefits from that allows the developer to do X, but we get Y and Z out of it.
And that's where I started with a few minutes ago, was we owe it to ourselves, we owe it to the community to look at them. But I don't want us to be spending our money to be looking at other people's ideas, because there could be, the first one walks in the door, the next day there might be 3 more, and then the day after that there might be another 5. We bog down our staff to a point of non-functionality. We spend resources that we need to be spending elsewhere. What you're getting at is exactly, where do we get the benefit out of it? I'm looking right at the very beginning of, are we going to spend a huge amount of time, energy, and money on looking at something that's a dead end? They're going to have to disclose something, because we have to have it in the public eye. We have no choice.
Yeah, numero unos are going to have to disclose their idea, and they're going to have to do it publicly, and it's going to have to be out there, and they're going to have to take the risk that somebody else is going to come along and say, I like your idea, and I'm willing to pay double.
Yeah.
And that's
Right,
the
exactly.
bottom line. That's the bottom line.
And that's the message we wanted to get from you to convey back to them. So is everybody agreeing with that?
It's got to be in the open.
Yes, you're willing to consider it, and yes, it has to be out in the open, and we need to get some sort of benefit out of it.
Well, I would go that one step further, and yes, we need to find a shark.
Yeah.
Right? We
Right,
need that.
right. Well, we're not at that stage yet, in the sense that we're just talking about,
I think
are
we
you
are.
willing to consider?
If you've got a shark coming in saying, I've got something, you need a shark to meet him at the
No,
door.
I get that, but we're just asking the high-level question at this point. I guess.
Part of my answer to that question, I don't know if everybody else agrees, is it is the time to get somebody, because the last time around, we waited too long.
Yeah.
Or there's 2 last times around with North Old Woodward. If we had an owner's rep, boy, I didn't see him speaking to the community.
Nope, you did not. It was all behind the scenes.
And
Right, and he seemed to be more aligned with the owners than with the community.
right, so it may be harder than we think to find somebody like that. It may take months to do an RFP, or find them, get comfortable, interview.
Absolutely, that's
So let's
true.
take our time and do it right, and knowing that we're going to need that eventually, we're gonna need somebody.
But you're willing to consider public-private partnerships. And you want to hear some details, and it's going to be part of a public bidding process.
I think the details are going to have to be in public as well, whether they like it or not, but it's going to have to be, or else we can't make any level of informed decision.
And that's the information we'll take back and determine if there's even any desire to move forward.
All right, that concludes our business, so could we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Thank you.